Ya futu, la kali, ya banan. Wow, oh, quel est bon l'urdu. Je m'en vais à Sirimana, mais le mal, mele mambo. Africain. Oh, Africa. Sururu. Africa. elle aussi.
Good morning. Dumelang. Sanbonani. I would like to ask all those attending this event who may happen to be outside to come inside, because we are starting within the next 2 minutes. I would like ushers to assist people who are outside to take their seats, because I would like us to have an orderly, seamless proceeding or process on this very important day. Thank you. Without any waste of time, I think we should, as we had promised, to start and get everybody settled. And once this very tight program starts, it won't stop. Firstly, let me greet you, Molweni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Dumelang. Nda. Abshen. It's such a momentous morning for us to be launching the white paper on local government. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Somadoda Fikeni, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and I'm also co-piloting this program with Professor Andrew Borain. And I noticed one thing, that both program directors, for the first time in a long, long time, we are both left-handed, so the program is 100% handled by people who escaped the punishment in primary school to be changed to do things the other way. And secondly, it would be amiss of me not to mention that this country, with such a great potential, a winning nation that is facing so many challenges, has proven it again last night in Cairo, when our soccer under-20 club, Amajida, did the impossible. Every person, sports commentator, said it can be done. We only went on to beat Nigeria, the Giants, and we went on to beat Morocco last night to clinch, for the first time ever, the cup final of the under-20s, which means our soccer is in good hands. We had done the same thing in France with the Springboks, winning with a heart-stopping 1 point almost every other crucial game. And no team on planet Earth has won as many World Cups as South Africa. Let's put our hands together. And in 2010, we hosted the Soccer World Cup. Every writer, especially across Europe, said it won't be possible. There is crime, there are so many problems. And when they came, we hosted one of the best World Cups ever. Even criminals had a patriotic moment. They suspended their activities until after the World Cup. So as we meet today, Honorable Minister, we are, I'm being detracted by people who are saying I should mention Nedbank Cup. So, indeed, we should say, even after many years of drought in local government, Pula aine, the rain is about to come. So, that's actually Nedbank metaphor is the best one for us to start the program, because as a country, we have been experiencing massive problems, and people's main encounter with government is at a local level. And for many years, they've seen decline, they've seen audit reports, they've seen failure of service delivery, of course, with some pockets of excellence that we should recognize. And now we do have a minister and his team and an administration that has decided to prioritize local government and put things and turn things around. So we are here to launch this white paper. All stakeholders that I've seen around are here to give hope a chance and to leave no one behind. So without any more waste of time, I will now invite, as it is the tradition, the mayor of the very same metro where we are in to come and welcome us so that we can feel at home. I've already removed my jacket, but I'm sure he will reaffirm that step. And that is the mayor of city of Ekurhuleni, who is Executive Mayor Xhakaza. Let's put a warm round of applause for the mayor.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And we want to greet the Honorable Minister of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Ubaba wethu Velenkosini Hlabisa, and we do want to appreciate, all the guidance and support in doing our work, in leading municipalities. Honorable Deputy Ministers that are here, Deputy Minister Dr. Masemula, Deputy Minister Prince Namashe, Deputy Minister Mashobo, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the President of SALGA, and all the chairpersons of various houses in the National Parliament, the DGs, the HODs, the executive mayors, councillors, and all the representatives of state institutions, the civil society, organized business and organized labor, ladies and gentlemen, Absheni, good morning, Dumelang, Sanbonani, Tobela, Huyamore. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you today to the city of Ekurhuleni. We are in Africa's gateway to opportunity, the home to the continent's busiest airport, that is OR Tambo International Airport. Honorable Minister, this year, the city of Ekurhuleni proudly celebrates 25-year anniversary of the city of Ekurhuleni, a momentous milestone that invites us to reflect on the progress we have made and the journey that lies ahead. The city was established in December 2000, year 2000, and given the Tsonga name, Ekurhuleni, meaning a place of peace. And our city stands as a beacon of diversity and a testament to equitable progress. And it is time to acknowledge our achievement, learn from our challenges, and renew our commitment to building a thriving and inclusive community for all. And Program Director, today we launched the white paper on local government. We're not just witnessing the unveiling of a document, we are part of the historic moment that will redefine local government for future generations to come. And this white paper is a call to action to local government practitioners. It sets out a clear path to address the deep-rooted challenges that have held back our municipalities, including issues around financial mismanagement, the challenges of crumbling infrastructure, inconsistent service delivery, and the urgent need for climate change adaptation. And I think this is one of the challenges, new challenges that is facing us to respond to disasters. It acknowledges where we've fallen short and outlines decisive steps to rebuilding public trust, restore institutional integrity, and improve the quality of life for all residents. So the theme of this conference, every municipality must work, a call to collective action, reflect our collective commitment to reinvigorate a local government, because this is where life happens. It is a front line of service delivery. It must make sure that water flows. It must make sure that lights are on. We must make sure that roads are in a proper order, the grass is cut. And all this requires that we've got a responsive government, and that is not just responsive, but it is responding with the necessary agility. So it is our constitutional duty as local government to ensure that we deliver on the mandate to provide basic services, create an enabling environment for economic development and inclusive community well-being. So we want to really appreciate this discussion, because it will highlight the need for municipalities to be financially sustainable, to be professionally managed, and also to be transparent. One of the challenges, or some of the challenges that we've recently put up front is issues of the provision of consistent water supply, and how do we collaborate with national and provincial governments to ensure that we do our best in municipalities to deal with infrastructure, to deal with non-revenue water. And we are proud that as a city of Ekurhuleni, we are now sitting below 30% of non-revenue water. We're well on our way on a target to achieve below 25% of non-revenue water. In the areas of electricity, major issues, Honorable Minister, around vandalism, third-party interference of our infrastructure. It's not just the cables, it's even the robots, traffic signals. Some of the challenges that requires us to look deeper. We're hoping that the conversation will be responsive to this type of challenges. How do we ensure that we work together to deal with some of these challenges? Bylaw enforcement, big challenges, but the growing population, Honorable Minister, in the Gauteng City region, the growth that we have seen, the latest census puts our number at 4.2 million, which is about 1 million increase. So the rapid urbanization and how do we fund, municipal services? It's one of the conversations that we've been having in the Gauteng City region. Communities are migrating to cities. They are here to look for opportunities. Is the white paper, did it anticipate that today we will be here, and how do we respond just from the equitable share a point of view when communities are struggling to pay, when our indigents, there's excessive consumption of our services from indigents. If there is economic, what do you call it, development hardships, if our people are not working, how are we gonna ensure that through this conversation in the white paper, municipalities are responsive? And it's a conversation that we've been having, Honorable Minister, to say we're expected to raise 90% of revenue out of our own efforts. We must ensure that industries are thriving, they can pay for services. Our communities, they can also pay for services. But the conversation is that as communities are not working, we do need to review the funding model of municipalities, so that the equitable share can actually be responsive. We boost a 60, we have a 65 million budget, and 10%, only 10% of that budget is funded through national fiscus. So it is not enough, because that budget does not mean that is money in the bank. We must still collect it. If communities in Tembisa, if communities in Katlehong, in Tsakane, in Daveyton are not able to pay for services, it does affect the speed within which we close the potholes, the speed within which we cut the grass. So it is this conversation on the review of the white paper comes at the right time, and we do hope that it will assist. Just on economic development point of view, we struggle with bulk to actually ensure that the environment or the land is prepared for industries to come and invest into our space. So we trust that this conversation that will be taking place here will actually be responsive. Honorable Minister, I wish to take this opportunity to commend your leadership for this commitment and bringing this white paper to this important stage, and your dedication in reforming local government and building resilient municipalities reflect a genuine commitment to the well-being of our communities and the future of our nation. Your efforts will lay a foundation for sustainable accountability and community-focused local governments. And this is a leadership that prioritizes the people, strengthens communities, and builds hope for a better tomorrow. And we look, as we look into the future, let us be reminded that the strength of our communities is the strength, the strength of our municipalities is the strength of our communities. Let us seize this opportunity and reshape local government, restore public trust, and ensure that no community is left behind. On behalf of the city of Ekurhuleni, I warmly welcome you and wish you a productive and successful conference. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity.
I was looking for Prof. Andrew Borey, who is my co-program director. Just want to assure you that the power sharing arrangement is still so that I won't monopolize this. We will be recognizing, Honorable Minister, the many dignitaries who are here. You really find so many VVIPs per square meter as we see. Now the problem is, if we recognize one, we will forget the other. But along the way, we will be recognizing people in batches, not in the order of importance. As I now prepare to call the next person, I just want to allay fears for people, because they will hear people greeting the minister saying Bulawayo. No, he's not flying to Bulawayo, that's one. Number two, it's not a nickname for soccer or some sport that he played. It's not a code name, it's a clan name. The same way we said Madiba, same way we say Chawe or Dao, it's a clan name. So when we say Bulawayo next time, don't get anxious, because I know the feeling. When I get home myself, my name, surnames disappear and my clan name take over. And people now I've traveled with from this side, they start wondering if I had some sort of name or something. So with that being said, as I invite our Deputy Minister, who is also from a royal family, Prince Benz Ngamashe, that we had known before in the circles of the traditional leadership, to come and introduce our minister. I want to say that as the minister is going to present, after 30 years of this journey, the local government car needs service. The oil needs to be changed. The tires need to be changed or retreaded. After 30 years, we now know what is not working. We've been looking at the dashboard, all the red lights flashing, and the minister presenting the white paper will be in some form telling us what the diagnostics and what the proposals for service are, and what each one of us should do. With those words, let's put our hands together for Deputy Minister Benz Ngamashe.
Mandibulele sinama mqesibe nalowo othwaliswe uxanduva lokubana niphathisane ngale nkqubo yolusuku. Ndiba ngakhangela ke apha Rapulana abantu abalapha ndibona okokuba yimidaka yodwa, kodwa xa ukhangela inkupho ungokwendimla uyabona okokuba ungakholelwa indlu le izaliswe libandla loqhina kaqhonono mayizale inkomo sitye isiqoqo. Kuyincilikithi kuthethwa ulwimi lwekumkanikazi ingekho kodwa uluchwele impembelelo yayo sisajikajikana nalo. Ngumngeni ke lowo bantwana begazi abalapha obonisa into yokokuba abanini kusigubungela izinto abasishiye nazo iselilifa esisapanjwe ngumpathalala walo. Kodwa ke nam mandizeke emzekweni ukuze abantu abalapha bakwazi ukundiva Bulawayo kokuba ndithunywe ntoni na apha. Program directors, before I start with the task assigned to me, let me acknowledge the Deputy Ministers of Defense, as well as Public Service and Administration. Your Honorable Deputy Ministers, I acknowledge you. In addition to Deputy Minister Mahlobo, who was already acknowledged. In the same verve, Bulawayo, with all humility, it is with sadness to really live with the reality of having lost one of us, one of our members of parliament, Honorable Lungi Mganga Gabash, who has passed on Saturday, the 17th of May. Can we all rise and observe a moment of silence? Menze aphumle ngonaphakade Nkosi, umkhanyisele ngokhanyiso olungacimiyo. Enkosi. My task is very simple, rising on the already established protocol. Save to say that I have been asked to introduce the one who will be rendering the keynote address today. It will be amiss of me not to mention that without stealing the thunder of what would have been presented by our esteemed traditional leader, but it is indeed historic that we have both hereditary leaders and elected leaders under one roof, with the benefit of hindsight, looking and reflecting on the past 30 years of the complexities, intricacies relating to the local government space. And that it is a space where instead of competing with one another, we have to complement one another so as to ensure that we build a united and a prosperous nation that is futuristic in its proposition. The one that I'm introducing here today is a royal prince of the Hlabisa royal house. So royalty is in his DNA. A teacher grounded on principles of pedagogical and didactical clarity. With a fountain of epistemological and ontological etiology. A leader par excellence, having been molded through the organic crucibles of in loco parentis foundations. Hence his infectious presence at all levels of human conduct. A second president of the IFB and the minister in the government of national unity, leading the 7th administration under the presidency of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, guided by dialectical principle of interpenetration of opposites. A systems approach of input, conversion, and output, as well as orientations of modus vivendi in the advancement of common program anchored on shared priorities in giving impetus to the statement of intent. That is none other than our Honorable Minister Bulawayo Ngoja, Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa.
Thank you very much, our program directors, but in particular, the current program director, Professor Somadoda Figeni, who is also the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. I want to acknowledge our host, the Mayor of Ekurhuleni, His Worship Nkosi Phindile Chakaza, I do want to congratulate you, sir, as one of the metros. We are expecting Eguruleni to go to clean audit next year. But congratulations for the unqualified audit outcomes. I want to greet the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Les Govender, the Deputy Ministers for COGTA, Honorable Masemula and Honorable Bans Ngamashe, and all our Deputy Ministers present today, the Chairperson of the portfolio, Dr. Mkhize, and all members of Parliament who are present today, the representatives of all political parties in the National Assembly, the honorable MECs from various provinces, all our mayors present, the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoi and San leaders, the president of SALCA and the entire leadership of SALCA, all director generals and senior officials, the state institutions present here. I do want to acknowledge the Independent Electoral Commission officers who are part of this gathering, the representatives of civil society, organized business, organized labor, and the media. I firstly want to join the nation to mourn the untimely death of Honorable Lungi Mnganga Tabashe, who was our MP and also serving as the Deputy President of the ANC Women's League. Our condolences go to her family as well as to the African National Congress. It is a privilege to stand before such a distinguished assembly, representing a wide spectrum of leadership and expertise. Our presence is a testament to our collective commitment to addressing the challenges confronting local governance and to shaping a future that aligns with the aspirations of all South Africans. As we review the white paper on local government, the topics we must explore are pivotal, not only to the effectiveness of our municipal systems, but to the well-being of the broader socio-economic fabric of our nation. Indeed, the significance of this review is multifaceted, touching on various aspects of governance, community engagement, and socio-economic development. It serves as a crucial indicator of government's commitment to improving local governance structures and service delivery, which are fundamental to effective democracy and citizen satisfaction. To appreciate this process, it is essential to understand the historical context of local government in South Africa. Since the end of apartheid, local government has been tasked with the pivotal role of transforming communities, ensuring equitable service delivery, and fostering democratic participation. However, the journey has not been without challenges. Many municipalities have struggled with inefficiencies, corruption, and neglect, which have led to public disillusionment and a lack of trust in local governance system. This is a fact that we must confront and find lasting solutions. Some of our municipalities, as the Honorable Mayor Chagaza indicated, are unable to deliver basic services. Some are unable to collect waste, to fix potholes, or provide clean water, and even fail to spend the grants in full at their disposal. In some municipalities, sewage runs in our streets. Out of 257 municipalities, 140 municipalities have received good audit outcomes, while the outcomes of 117 municipalities is negative. The review of the white paper on local government aims to address these challenges by proposing structural changes that enhance accountability and efficiency. The Government of National Unity is focusing on three key priorities: fostering inclusive growth and job creation, addressing poverty and the high cost of living, and establishing a capable and ethical state. Local government plays a crucial role in this agenda, as it is the closest level of governance to the people. It is where policies convert into actual services, promises evolve into infrastructure, and governance becomes a lived experience. However, it is also where our most significant challenges become apparent. The GNU values collaboration, accountability, and a shared vision which should guide every decision and action taken. This is why it is essential to bring together a diverse group of stakeholders, as we have done today, with varying perspectives as we discuss the future of the local government in South Africa. The Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029 propose reviewing the institutional and legislative frameworks governing local government. The aim is to strengthen these frameworks and support differentiation among municipalities. This initiative seeks to establish mechanisms that enable effective interventions when municipalities fail to meet the minimum norms and standards for service delivery. Additionally, strategies will be developed to assist local government in creating an environment that fosters and supports local economic development. Other national departments such as water and sanitation, transport, energy and electricity, human settlement, and treasury will also be engaged in a structural and coordinated manner to enhance local government capacity. The white paper on local government, adopted in 1998, laid the groundwork for developmental local government as a key pillar of South Africa's democracy. This policy framework not only expanded access to basic services
for millions, but also defined the local government sphere as one that works closely with citizens and other societal entities to address social, economic, and material needs while improving the quality of life of our people. The original white paper was visionary in its approach, introducing a developmental model emphasizing collaboration and community participation. However, after 3 decades, certain structural and systematic assumptions made the white paper require reassessment. Like, for instance, the assumption that municipalities will collect 90% and the government only come in with 10% has demonstrated that it is not working. Therefore, it is necessary that we must reassess the white paper as adopted in 1998. Today, we will highlight the discussion document published on 10 April 2025. This document is a significant step in our ongoing commitment to community engagement, and we strongly encourage everyone to provide their input and comments by the deadline of June 30, 2025. One of the primary objectives of the white paper review is to foster greater accountability and transparency in local governance. By emphasizing a participatory approach to governance, the review seeks to empower communities to engage effectively with their local institutions. Through increased transparency measures such as open budgeting processes and public consultations, the review aims to ensure that municipal leaders are held accountable for their decisions and actions. These shifts towards transparency is vital for rebuilding trust between community and the government, allowing citizens to have a say in a decision-making processes that affect their lives. Central to this review is the recognition that meaningful community engagement is not just beneficial, but necessary for effective governance. The white paper calls for the establishment of forums, workshops, and other platforms that allow citizens to voice their concerns and suggestions. Such engagement serves 2 purposes. It empowers communities and helps local governments make informed decisions that truly reflect the needs of their constituencies. Furthermore, marginalized communities that have often been excluded from decision-making processes are urged to participate. By focusing on their inclusion, the review aims to rectify historical imbalances and ensure that all voices are heard, particularly those that have been silenced in the past. This commitment to inclusivity can lead to more equitable outcomes and is fundamental for social cohesion. The review also addresses the pressing socio-economic issues faced by many municipalities, including poverty, unemployment, and inadequate access to services. with a significant portion of the population living in the informal settlements and lacking basic services, local government's ability to deliver on its promises directly affect citizens' quality of life. By focusing on strategies that enhance local economic development and service delivery, the White Paper Review proposes a roadmap for municipalities to uplift their communities. Local governments are encouraged to create partnership with private and civil society sectors to stimulate the economic growth, job creation, and sustainable development. This collaborative approach is vital for ensuring that municipalities are equipped to respond to their unique challenges. Initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, sanitation, and access to clean water can significantly enhance quality of life and stimulate local economies. The White Paper Review emphasizes the necessity of reviewing and bolstering institutional and legislative frameworks governing the local government. By creating a robust legal framework, municipalities can ensure that there are clear guidelines and standards for service delivery. These include mechanisms for intervention when municipalities fail to meet these standards. Strengthening these frameworks will allow the differentiated approaches tailored to the varying capacities and needs of different municipalities, ensuring that resources are allocated efficiently. Local government will be better equipped to implement best practices and learn from one another, which is crucial for overall improvement in governance. Another significant aspect of the review is its focus on ethical governance. Corruption at the local government level remains a significant impediment to progress. The White Paper Review aims to foster a culture of integrity and ethical leadership that resonates through all levels of governance. This involves establishing stringent mechanisms to combat corruption, promoting transparency in procurement processes, and ensuring that there are consequences for unethical behavior. An ethical approach to governance not only helps in preventing corruption, but also enhances civil trust and promotes active citizen participation. When citizens perceive their local government as fair and accountable, they are more likely to engage with the municipality and participate in community activities. As societies worldwide face increasing challenges such as climate change, economic fluctuations, and public health crises, the significance of the Local Government White Paper Review extends into the future. Local governments are on the front lines of these challenges, and having a clear, robust framework will enable them to respond effectively during times of disaster. By addressing these pressing issues preemptively, the White Paper Review fosters resilience in communities, allowing them to adapt to changing circumstances. Empowered municipalities can play a vital role in building sustainable community frameworks that ensure well-being of all citizens. COCTA, therefore, commenced reviewing the white paper in October 2024 with an initial round of consultation with groups of stakeholders within and outside the government, including civil societies, local government practitioners, academia, research institutions, NETLEC, SALCA, provincial governments, and the national sector departments. In addition, COCTA has received written submissions on stakeholder experiences on local government, their views on successes, failures, and causes of regression, and ideas for priorities for change. The discussion document, therefore, reflects these engagements and input. Today, we are taking a bold step to get the whole nation involved publicly. We publicly launched the white paper on local government review to invite all sectors of society to make inputs. This is the beginning of a long journey to a new local government system, hitting the clarion call by the President of the Republic of South Africa during the SONA, where he called for the establishment of a modern and fit-for-purpose local government system. While we do this review, we should not neglect to highlight some of the significant achievements since the introduction of the white paper on local government in 1998, which includes the following: the devolution and the establishment of autonomous municipalities, the merging of fragmented local authorities into inclusive municipal systems, the achievement of functional democracy with regular elections established at the level of local government, including ward committees and other mechanisms for community engagements. This is one thing South Africa must be commended, despite all challenges we experience as a country, but we respect our constitution all the times. I do want also, Honorable Program Director, want to move forward by indicating that in the discussion document before us, there are 9 priorities, and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Masimula, will delve deeper on the 9 priorities. But I want to single out one key priority that must be addressed is undertaking financial and fiscal reform. This is something that we must do because the current financial and fiscal system in the local government is not working. A new funding model is a must, and we must produce it when we produce a revised white paper next year, March 2026. Depoliticization, one major factor that must be addressed is depoliticization of municipal governance. We have many municipalities that are unstable because of politics. They can't deliver services. In some municipalities, we have 2 MMs in one municipality. We have 2 CFOs in one municipality. simply because of the depoliticization of the local government system. The review of the white paper must come out clearly with stringent measures how to effectively ensure that professionalization become the order of the day in our municipalities, so that competent people should be the one who are hired as senior managers to give direction and ensure effective functioning of the local government sphere. The review process will be guided by an inclusive and structured public engagement process, facilitating broad participation. A key avenue for engagement is the invitation for written submissions in response to the discussion document, particularly to the set of questions that have been included in the gazetted document. Citizens, organizations, political parties, all key stakeholders, as they are represented today, are encouraged to provide input and engage with the discussion document. The aim is to publish an updated white paper on local government by March 2026, which is next year. So we are depending on everyone's active participation to support the process, which will include engaging evidence-based research and developing policy solutions. As we discuss the state of our local government and how to improve its functioning, we should not miss the opportunity to reflect on the interface between traditional and co-and-son leadership. We cannot expect optimum local government functioning if we fail to leverage sound working relations with the traditional and co-and-son institutions. Chapter 12 of the Constitution explicitly refers to the need for national legislation to make provision for a role for traditional leadership as an institution at the local government on matters affecting local communities. This review provides the chance to identify opportunities and mechanisms we can leverage to strengthen the interface between traditional and co-and-son leadership and municipal governance. Effective collaboration between municipalities and traditional leadership is essential for inclusive governance. By managing and strengthening this interface, we can ensure that communities' unique needs and aspirations are fully integrated into development. It is imperative to emphasize the evolving landscape of governance that recognizes the integral role played by the co-and-son communities and the traditional leadership structures. The review, therefore, comes at a critical time when the need for inclusive governance rooted in values of justice, equity, and community participation is more pronounced than ever. The co-and-son people and the traditional communities hold a unique position in our nation's narrative. Their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and community practices offer invaluable insights into effective local governance and sustainable development. By incorporating their perspectives and recognizing their rights, the review not only addresses historical injustices, but also seeks to empower these communities as active participants in the governance process. This empowerment is essential in bringing the historical divides and fostering a more cohesive society. Moreover, traditional leadership plays a pivotal role in many communities across South Africa, especially in the rural areas. Traditional leaders serve as a custodian of culture and heritage, and they are often the first point of contact for governance issues at a local government level. The review of the white paper is a transformative opportunity to redefine the interaction between municipal governance structures and traditional leadership by creating mechanisms that formalize the collaboration between municipalities and traditional leaders. We can enhance service delivery and ensure that policies are culturally sensitive and reflective of the needs of local communities. We are emphasizing this participatory governance by fostering an environment where citizens, including the Khoisan and traditional structures, are encouraged to engage effectively with local government. By so doing, we can enhance accountability and responsiveness. An inclusive governance framework that acknowledges the contributions of traditional leadership can foster a sense of ownership and responsibility amongst community members, ultimately leading to better outcomes of service delivery. The historical context of local governance in South Africa underscores the necessity of this review. Traditional structures have navigated through years of marginalization. If we are to further democracy and development, their voices must be included in the policy-making process. Acknowledging and integrating traditional leadership into local governance framework not only upholds the principles of inclusivity, but also enhances the legitimacy and effectiveness of local government. I spent more time on this aspect because of the history where we come from in our country. Furthermore, the socio-economic development objectives outlined in the medium-term development plan can be significantly bolstered through the participation of the Khoisan communities and traditional leaders. Their insight into local resource management, conflict resolution, and community needs can provide invaluable guidance in crafting policies that are not only effective, but also sustainable and respectful of cultural identities. Let me end with this. The review of the white paper on local government represents a significant opportunity to reimagine and reshape the future of local governance in South Africa. We must be bold to ask difficult questions. Currently, we have 257 municipalities some of them are not viable as they have no revenue base to collect. And they are, as a result, a result of the design of the local government system. As we reimagine and envision municipalities that are fit for purpose, we must ask a question. Do we need to stay with municipalities that are not viable and that are unable to render any services in our communities? This is a question we must not be afraid to confront when we get an opportunity to review the local government system after 27 years. Yes, of course, amalgamation for the sake of amalgamation may not be a solution, Babu Stofile, not at all. But we must not be afraid to take a bold and decisive decision to reshape the local government system backed with a proper funding model. The review of the white paper on local government is therefore an opportunity for a review of a funding model in our local government system. We must pave the way for a more inclusive, accountable, and responsive local government system. This must be a game changer. The local government is where people live and grapple with numerous challenges on a daily basis. The call to collective action is more urgent than ever as we strive to build a local governance framework that is genuinely reflective of our nation's rich tapestry and is committed to the betterment of all communities. Every voice must be heard. The call to collective action is this: every municipality must work. The outcome of this initiative, when it concludes next year, must ensure that every municipality is designed and supported to work. Thank you very much, Program Director.
After this clarion call, can we put our hands together again? Very clear and a call to action. It's time to change, as the minister says. After so many years, snake has to share its skin. After so many years, an eagle must share some of its talons. And after so many years, even a tree must lose some of its branches and leaves for it to be renewed. But if you refuse to change, change will overtake you. You decline, you decay, and you can no longer retrieve yourself back. That's the message from the minister, who says, time has come. If we return to business as usual, there'll be a rude awakening, as Martin Luther King Jr. once said. Now we call upon our deputy minister, who will give us all those key elements, the anatomy of the white paper review, so that we go home, tell it in every metro, in every local municipality, in every district municipality, in every village, in every house. So we call upon our Deputy Minister of Local Government, and let's put our hands together for Dr. Namane Dixon Masemola.
Well, thank you very much. No, you do it for me. Yeah. I was about to start with my greetings. A very good morning to the chairperson of the session, Prof. Together with your colleagues who are responsible for the proceedings of this important historic meeting. Words of greetings to our Minister, Honorable Velenkosini Hlabisa Ubulawayo, and as well as my colleague, Deputy Minister Chawe Uzwelia Chiga. A very good morning to Deputy Ministers who are here this morning. Deputy Minister Mahlobo, Water and Sanitation, Deputy Minister Kekana from Public Service and Administration, Deputy Minister Hlope of Defense and Military Veterans, who happens to be the President of SANCO in South Africa. The Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Govender, together with your delegation of members of the NCOP who are here politically and as well as administratively. Members of the executive councils from provinces who are here with us together with your HODs and your delegations. Mayors and executive mayors of our municipalities from across the country, the President of SALGA, Ustofil Ufaku, together with the delegation you are leading of the presidency of SALGA and the senior officials of organized local government in the country. The chairperson of the National House, together with your delegation, and provincial chairpersons who are here as well, representing all 9 provincial houses. Dr. Mkhize Ukabazele, who happens to be the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, together with your team of members of parliament who are here this morning. Your Royal Highness Ushenge, together with others who are here this morning, words of greetings to all of you. Leaders of political parties who have been invited and have confirmed your presence here is highly appreciated, because this is indeed a political process, not just a management issue of ticking a box, but it's a festival of political ideas that has got to be undertaken by your good selves. Your presence here is very important. The Directors General who are here, both of them, Uchangana and as well as the PUFA, and the advisory team from the Minister who are here as well. All our panelists who have got a very serious responsibility, and all South Africans, illustrious in your characters and as well as in your eminence, both here present and those who might be attending this meeting online. I'm going to be taking you through this important process in a very consolidated manner without necessarily presenting it in a form of a speech. It's a long document. We've tried to consolidate it into some slides, which I will talk to them in many ways than not. And I suppose on your screens, What appears there is a presentation overview of what is going to be the content of this presentation, starting with the purpose, right up to the conclusion. Those are the items that forms the main focus areas of our policy document. The purpose of this exercise and this document is to share with your good selves and the people of South Africa in general a policy document that has been consolidated and gazetted through government processes led by our minister, Bulawayo. That gazette, it's out there for engagement, for discussions, and of course to solicit views and inputs from various stakeholders and all South Africans to take keen interest on this matter, because it is about their lives, it is about their system of government that they interact with on a daily basis. And therefore we're going to be highlighting milestones, challenges, and of course, above them all, lift major issues that would constitute program areas for discussions so that our expectations can be well articulated. The aims and objectives of this review process. On this slide, it talks about the current systems of government and the extent to which we have been able to consolidate all our municipalities to 257 of them. As we are discussing this important process now going forward, it's very important for people of South Africa to know, and elsewhere in the world who are following us, to know that South Africa has 257 municipalities categorized as locals, as districts, and as well as metropolitan municipalities. And these municipalities have got serious original powers in terms of schedules around their powers and functions of what is expected of them contained in Schedule 4 and 5, Part B's thereof. They have been established wall to wall, and it's very important for us to note that. But as we consider this part equally important, there is a point of historical significance in this context. And the point here, Prof, is that when you look at the sequential evolution of the public service and administration in this country since 1652, it has come out very clear over a period of time, throughout the period of colonialism, that a form of local government emerged at that time, precisely because there was a need for provisioning, and there was also a need for what was called a victualling, which necessitated the availability of fresh water or food, and as well as the need to meet some basic necessities. And the historical records indicate that the first municipality was established at that time in Cape Town, then Cape of Good Hope. Subsequent to that, later in the years, about 5 of them were established: Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Swellendam, Drakensberg, and as well as Graaff-Reinet. These are the first 5 municipalities which were established in the Republic of South Africa at that time during colonialism. Now, under the dispensation of a democratic state, that is where we are today, linking all these matters, tracing the history we have traveled as a nation. And therefore, the intention of this particular process document, as COCTA, we are basically calling for a redesign of this system. And therefore, through robust thinking process, that would have to ensure critical engagement and analysis of this document. We'll have to ensure analytical and as well as creativity in interpretation, contextualization, but of course, above them all, the extent to which we would want to deepen transformation, reforms, restructuring, change management, but position this system of government. So we're basically stimulating discussions, we're provoking thoughts of all South Africans so that we can be able to agree on how do we move forward and transform this system of government to address all the related matters which the minister referred to in his speech as weaknesses, but of course constraints that are inherent to the system. It's very important for us to also note as we proceed the constitutional and as well as the legal framework within which our local government in this country operates. Equally important, a point of historical significance in the evolution of our public service and administration. It is said in the history books that then, during colonialism, there was a system of government at the municipal level in the early stages of the emergence of the five I have referred to earlier on. And that system was called a Himreden and as well as the Landrosts, which were basically meant to manage the conflicts amongst the farmers, who were very key at that level of government, but equally important to manage the emergence of local affairs, difficulties and related problems. Ordinances throughout apartheid government period were also strengthened, which gave powers to provinces to determine the extent to which local government can be developed and strengthened. Fast forward 1994, democratic breakthrough brought in a democratic dispensation of government. And in particular with regard to local government, we have been able to see a system of government that is not necessarily a ministerial determination. It is not a system of government that is per degree whether a minister, a province, or national parliament will decide whether it is possible to have local government with certain functions or powers or not. The democratic dispensation codified in law the system of local government in this country. It has created a sphere of government in this country, which of course brought us here today to come and assess. It has been able to make sure that this system of government become non-racial in its administration and to a larger extent provide services in a much more inclusive way without segregating citizens based on their race or their locality. And therefore non-racialism is one of the key values that underpins this system of government. It has been entrenched, comparatively speaking, with many nations of the world, including our own continent. South Africa's local government system sets them far apart from many, if not the rest. And therefore, Chapter 7 of our Constitution articulates very largely the standing of our municipalities very largely. But very importantly, because we are here to discuss white paper, this document, to a larger extent, became a significant policy milestone in the advancement of local government. I think the facilitator moved a bit fast. I was still trying to explain something on the legal context. This policy document that we're looking at today still and has been a major policy document for local government transformation. And a number of laws were enacted by Parliament at different times. From then only one law that existed, which was called Local Government Transition Act, that created all these municipalities. Fast forward after 1998, we saw quite a number of all these laws from Municipal Demarcations Board right up to where we are at the moment. This policy document that we are reviewing today withstood the test of time. It has given South Africans the institutions of local government that we are having, and therefore, at the moment, it remains very important for ourselves going forward. This white paper process that we are looking at today, it's very important, fellow South Africans, to understand and basically agree on one fundamental point. That the South African government from 1994 at the national level has had to go through different periods of its macroeconomic development strategies. It has gone through reconstruction and development. It has gone through GEAR. It has gone through ASKISA and GIPSA. It has gone through the growth path. It is now going through National Development Plan. And all these macroeconomic strategies at the national level has had to work very closely with municipalities which were governed by this policy process. So this policy process we are reviewing today has had to withstand all those national vigorous reconstruction, the repositioning of the country. And no wonder why it might have been having serious difficulties at the moment, because it was never reviewed itself, but it had to live that life for the past 30 years of all these different policy matters of the national government. And where we are at the moment, we have to advance transformation. It has enabled us to infuse democratic values and therefore consolidated the transitional processes up to where we are at the moment. No wonder why we've got difficulties. These difficulties must be attended to so that it is readjusted to be at the same level of strength from a policy point of view, but as well as from a resource mobilization so that it can withstand yet another 30 years of policy horizon, if not 40, as we move into the future. The context of this policy review we thought is very important, because if we lose the nation's-wide policy campus as a nation, we might find ourselves watering down and diluting the philosophical basis of our existence as a nation and therefore our systems of government. My understanding is that the Freedom Charter is not necessarily a party political document. I regard it as a nationwide policy campus, precisely because it talks at the core of non-racialism, non-sexism, and the extent to which we ensure economic and as well as social justice. And therefore, as we review this local government system, it must be contextualized in that manner. These remains fundamental pillars that have got to be addressed by this process. And therefore, its foundational principles and tenets remain foundational and very key as we move into the future. We're discussing this matter at a time when we're still dealing with matters of the National Development Plan as the current comprehensive strategy for development of the Republic of South Africa, which calls for socio-economic development and therefore sustainable growth and development of the country. National government cannot develop these localities without well-defined system and structures of local government. The medium-term development plan of the current government of national unity is one of the contextual policy framework documents that this discussion, as it ensues, it must take keen interest of those matters, precisely because political parties at the moment have aggregated all their political manifestos into a medium-term development plan articulated by the president. And the minister spoke about its top key 3 priorities. The contextualization of these discussions would be to say, how do we make local government a system of government that can be able, next year as we move into the future, facilitate the actual realization of the NDP, but above them all as well, the current development priorities as articulated by the government of national unity. And no wonder why in this meeting, all the political parties, Prof, are here, represented in Parliament, because this is their process. They must be very interested in how their MTDP is going to be translated into deliverables and therefore delivery of services. And lastly, I mean to say in this context, it is about the Constitution, Chapter 7, Chapter 12, and as well as Chapter 10. They all raise matters of local government. Chapter 12 is about traditional institutions. I'll come back to this point. And therefore, Chapter 10 is how do we infuse at the local government level the real implementation of the public service and administration principles and values as articulated in Section 195 of the country's constitution. All these matters put together, they are at the foundational policy discussions as we reimagine the future local government system. The vision of local government as articulated in the next slide focuses on 8 key areas which are very important. And these areas says our intention is to create an ideal municipality. And as we seek to create an ideal municipality, there are certain things that we should be able to agree on. Can you move the slide? As we seek to want to create very effective systems of local government and municipalities in particular, we have an ideal municipality that we would like to see existing in the country. These municipalities must and should become centers of excellence. They must become effective and efficient centers of public service and administration. The extent to which they involve the citizenry of this country, it must be in an integrated, but above them all, put citizens at the center so that it becomes an instrument for socio-economic development of those localities. These municipalities, ideal as we anticipate or reimagine, it must be a sphere and institutions that enforces the rule of law. There is too much illegality in South Africa at the moment. The rule of law as a fundamental value enshrined in our constitution is not fully respected to a large extent. Bylaws are not enforced by many of our municipalities. Even if the police and the soldiers may want to restore order and normality, municipalities must be very active participants in the restoration of law and order in the Republic of South Africa. So you can't have an ideal municipality to deliver services, democracy, accountability, and many other issues if they don't become centers of excellence, good public service and administration, but above them all, social spaces with safety and security for our people. This is what we're looking forward to do with regard to this process. Understanding that local government is very diverse and complex in terms of its content and character, and therefore they are regarded as heterogeneous enterprises. As we grapple with their complexities and difficulties, at the center we seek to, through what the Bulawayo has said, want to establish ideal municipality for the citizens of South Africa. And that process must be realized without any failure. And this meeting of minds of these illustrious South Africans and their citizens present here and online, they've got that historical responsibility. In the next coming 30 years of this policy horizon, redetermine the future system of government in the Republic of South Africa. The next slide on the contextual background, it tells us about the journey we have traveled when we planted the seed of a new municipalities in 1995 through transitional arrangement. You see how it germinated. And unfortunately, along the way, as we went through transitional process, establishment and consolidation, at the point of us sustaining when we were supposed to be giving South Africans good municipalities and good system of local government, it started to collapse. Or we see features that are very problematic. And these features do not represent what is supposed to be an ideal municipality. And what are the factors and problems and challenges related thereto? This audience that is in this meeting knows those matters very well. It's not for me now to enumerate them one by one. You know what could have led to what you see under government of local unity, where we're beginning to see features of coalition politics at the municipal level. To a large extent, juxtaposedly, they can account for their governance stabilities differently. In some instances, they are stable. In some instances, they are unstable, and they have led to discontent, large-scale dissatisfaction of communities, and unfortunately, this is what has become now a feature, if not a phenomenon, going into the future. But this slide says to us as well that there is a serious matter that we have not been able to deal with it. And this thing is about the impact of cooperative governance, how the two spheres of government, provincially and nationally, have impacted on the support, on the positioning, on the resourcing, and all what has got to deal with all those negativities at the local government level. The extent to which our inter-ministerial committees have impacted this system, it actually accounts for what you see. And if the seed does not regerminate, we are heading for a disaster as the country. And this meeting is positioned historically, therefore, to reimagine and replant, fertilize the ground in many ways than not, as we put a new seed of local government moving into the future. There are listed administrative problems and difficulties that are challenges in as much as we have been able to achieve major policy process out of this evolution of local government. We have got municipalities wall to wall across the country, guided by this policy process and the applicable legislation. But those remain inherent problems of administration, of governance, service delivery, finances, performance of leadership, which is just not quite good, and therefore the regulatory and the ineffective interventions of national and provincial government is a major concern. Just to give a classical example, Prof, there is a municipality in the Republic that has been under Section 100 for the past 10 years. And that is what we refer to as the ineffective impact of cooperative governance and support by national, provincial, in some spaces. If a need was identified and intervention was invoked, Section 139, 10 years down the line, there is no improvement. How do we account for that? Because that sin is our collective now, sin, all of us. It cannot be the only area of that particular municipality, because we are all there as national and as provincial. 10 years down the line, there is no progress. How do the citizens of that local municipality have confidence in all of us? So we as national department are under extreme pressure to basically make it possible that some of these related inherent problems and difficulties are addressed without any failure. With regard to further challenges and achievements, the next slide talks to the recorded progress so far and the positive developments we have been able to achieve. But at the same time, this slide says there are competing interests. In as much as we are making progress in all those areas, there are competing negativities that quite often eclipses the good work that would have been achieved through hard work over the past 30 years. Just to give an example, we have democratic elections of municipalities that are based on democracy and credible elections. But over time, citizens seem not to be having a better share in the running of municipalities. The extent to which we account, there are serious problems. The levels of openness, of transparency, of engagements, when some decisions are made, and some of those decisions impact on trust and as well as relationships between municipalities and as well as our people. How do we deal with matters of finances? The extent to which municipalities have got to collect revenue, but equally important, the support from national government also creates an imbalance in the process. We have been able to make this progress. So for the past 30 years, all these matters here, this slide talks to the competing negativities, the converse side of every good thing that you have, either under governance, under growth and development, democratization, municipalities, and as well as infrastructure development going forward. That is largely what this slide talks to. The next slide, with regard to basic assumptions that are contained in the policy document, this is at the hard core of all our problems, structurally and as well as systemic challenges inherent in the local government system. The first one with regard to the revenue, taxation, and the powers. Earlier on, I can't remember whether it was Chow or the minister, said, no, it's the mayor, said, by policy, municipalities are expected to raise 90% of their revenue. And government, provincially and nationally, will only provide 10% support or backup. It's a policy decision inherent in this white paper process. And you can't blame these municipalities when things, to a certain extent, are becoming a bit challenging. Because the Constitution says, and we must be very patient, and it's the right time now to take that decision. The law says there must be equitable distribution of the nationally collected revenue amongst and between the three spheres of government. That's what is in the law. But when we took a decision in 1998 through this white paper, that principle was not factored in here. We took a policy decision different from what is in the Constitution. And then we said 90-10 split. and 90 from collected revenue, 10 from national. 30 years down the line, the reality of our experiences are pointing otherwise. And therefore, the law says we must implement the Constitution. And that is what His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of this country, President Matamela Ramaphosa, called that COCTA, together with the National Treasury, must start with earnest a process of reviewing the funding model of local government. Because at the core of financial problems in many ways is because of this formula. And you can't blame national government and the provincial government not to have given the monies required in the past 30 years because they were implementing a policy decision. And like I said, this policy decision has had to withstand or withstood a period of 30 years of different macroeconomic strategic development policies of South African government, from RDP up to where we are, and then it stood at the same point. Now is our time to review this matter, and SALGA has done some work in this regard, and it says to close the deficit of the funding model of this 90-10 formula, you need close to 40 billion rands from the national fiscus, which must now be determined equitably with the two other spheres, province and as well as national. If that money can be found, if that decision can be made, the funding model of local government beyond 2026, beyond this process, it's going to be redetermined. And there will be more money for development on the ground. There will be more resources to augment what they will be collecting based on what we must redetermine. We must come back and redetermine whether it's 90-10 as we factor in this new policy redetermination on the funding model, because it can't stand at 90-10, whereas we are activating the section that says equitability must be factored into the funding model. This process here, Your Excellencies, eminent South Africans, it is about that, which we must discuss and come to the 31st of March 2026, there must be an answer to this process. That is the first one. The second one relates to the two-tier system inherent in our local government system. And the minister spoke about that. Whether the assumption which was made then was that district municipalities will have more powers, will have more capacity to look after the affairs of their locals. And as things stand now, you have got a two-tier system in local government, which inherent in it, there are other unintended consequences, which colleagues and leaders are very much familiar. Part of the discussions here is our response to this matter. How do we relate with it? How do we want to see it going into the future? The economies of scales and the extent to which communities can participate in this particular process. This aspect says local government is at the axis, or it is the axis of planning and as well as implementation. Local government. Plans in the provinces and as well as in national must find space and concrete expression at the local government level. And therefore, our strategic, tactical, operational, and contingency plans, to a large extent, they must be able to impact these localities greatly and, of course, broadly in terms of their impact. The mayor said earlier on that there is a mega trend of urbanization, which has now characterized our urban spaces, and which means that in the next coming 30 to 40 years, it is said that almost 70% of South Africans will be staying in urban areas. How do we anticipate that reality? And therefore begin to put infrastructure systems that will receive and create conditions conducive for their daily demands, economically, socially, in terms of services and other related matters. Intergovernmental relations and as well as government municipal capacity. How effective are our instruments of IGR in terms of collaborative efforts, mobilization of resources, deployment, and support? To what extent have we been able to make sure that the fiscal capacity required of our municipalities institutionally, organizationally, technically, in terms of systems and models? What is our experience and what is our responses as we redefine the system so that we can have an ideal municipality going into the future? These are matters that we must grapple with them at the very high policy level and reimagine the future local government system in the Republic of South Africa. I think the rest, the next slide, it is about problems and challenges that you know them very well in your respective provinces. You'll be able to deal with those matters. The next slide talks to the journey we have traveled since 1995 to date. And here the fundamental question is, having more than 10 initiatives which every minister of local government had, but the other slide which I showed earlier on of the seed germinating, at some point it is actually going down. But despite that, there are all these efforts that are reflected on this slide. As late as 1995, the Minister of Constitutional Development launched what was called Project Liquidity, looking at the finances, the credibility of systems and integrity of our municipalities. President Nelson Mandela, our founding father of our democracy, in 1995 launched Masakane campaign. And I remember in that function, because I was a councillor, there was a municipality called Butterworth, which became the best municipality, and it got an award. And the mayor then was Mayor Bam. Still remember the old man, that comrade. This year, when Masakane was launched, Butterworth was the best municipality. It received the best Masakane award. And I'm not sure what is the situation today, comparatively speaking, by standards, from then to date. Yeah, Uchawa says it has a clean audit. Congratulations for that. Yeah, I'm just giving you examples of the journey we have traveled. That there was that Masakane, it was to impact the system of local government. Fast forward, President Mbeki, early 2000, launched what was called Integrated Sustainable Rural Development Strategy and Urban Renewal Program, aiming at the 46 areas which were identified in some urban towns to impact them significantly. The question is, what happened with those processes? 5-year local government agenda, it was also initiated to impact and support municipalities. Utreva Manuel, equally important, had what was called Sienza Manje, coming from Treasury with aggression and very serious, vigorous attempts to want to get these systems right, up to where we are today under our minister and ourselves, who are standing before you this morning calling for a reimagined local government system. Why are we not making progress? Because it does not mean that the support and other related matters, apart from the policy constraints I have referred to, we should be able to be performing at a very reasonable percentage, notwithstanding related policy constraints. We should be able to respond to all these matters, ourselves together with SALGA, because SALGA has been part of the journey from 1996 when it was launched under chairpersonship of Colin Majila and many of those who were there at that time. So all these journeys, it has always been a collective process of the department, municipalities, and as well as organized local government. What are our experiences? And how do we use that experience and now redetermine a new policy process that will impact municipalities quite properly? This slide, second one, it just shows the work that was done by the department together with its counterparts. 4 reports, reviews were undertaken, and those reviews resulted in more than 30 probable policy reforms that were required. And the next slide raises all those policy reviews. What do you see on this screen are intentions of various government departments to want to impact the local government sphere. This white paper process that we are now launching says we must find a way to realign these processes with this process so that we don't run disjointed, many parallel policy reforms from all angles of our departments. So government on its own, in its totality now, must take responsibility on this particular process, of course, led by COCTA, so that Vulindlela process in the presidency, and His Excellency 2-3 weeks ago launched it. He said the second phase of Vulindlela is aimed at impacting municipalities and local government. And there are proposals on what should be done to address service delivery weaknesses and failures. We are bringing this particular process, and these matters will have to find resonance on how we handle them going forward. And that's COCTA, that's National Treasury, Home Affairs, Energy and Electricity, Public Service and Administration, Transport, Water, Sanitation, and the rest of all these departments. All these reforms, there are more than 30 of them, aiming at impacting our municipalities. You must go and discuss them, and we agree, when we consolidate and rise with this report, it must be very transformative. It must be very clear that in the next coming 30 to 40 years, when we are long gone here, those who will be sitting here to assess the policy horizon that we'll have determined from today, they must, when they look back and say that summit that was held on the 19th of May 2025, it was indeed a watershed moment, historic, because these are the outcomes of that particular policy process. The next slide is just about the work that the technical political committee and the volunteer team in the presidency and all of us are expected to do going forward. The next slide raises what the Honorable Minister said. There are 9 fundamental points. And these points that you see on this slide came about because we have appointed as the department technical committee of experts. We have put together a political steering committee, which is chaired by our minister. We are part of it as a team of the ministry, the 3 of us, to drive this particular process. That team technically has produced this particular report out of a very vigorous engagement process with various stakeholders across the country. Preliminarily, the feedback says there are these 9 key points, starting from the municipal financial problems, which I have explained very briefly. Secondly, to matters of political and administrative culture, which is a problem inherent in our municipal system. How do we deal with those matters? How do we deal with the political and administrative problems that relates to constraints, relates to capacity weaknesses, but to a larger extent, the impact of all our efforts not being felt at that level of government. The minister explained it that the feedback people are complaining that there is over-politicization and overreach into municipal space by political intentions, and overall put together, they do not necessarily help that situation. And therefore, there's a need to approach these matters differently. A poor oversight and the quality thereof is not felt as expected. The inability of spheres of government to meaningfully collaborate and impact the support and intervention of local government. And therefore, facing the climate-related challenges, but the last one here, it is about traditional leadership. How do we ensure appropriate relationships between these spheres of this sphere of government and our traditional institution? In fact, 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with the National House, and we were muting a principle that we wanted to form the baseline of engagement here. And that principle can help us to resolve a number of problems so that we don't come back and fight about technical issues of the process. And the principle is we can be able to develop mechanisms out of that. And the principle says, how do we ensure cooperation and concurrence between traditional leaders and municipalities? Principle of cooperative governance and concurrence. What does it mean? It means cooperatively we must be able to agree that we are moving into the future together in a cooperative way. And as they cooperate at the moment, because it does not mean that now they are not cooperating. They are cooperating with serious constraints, concerns, and dissatisfaction. Now, the answer is in the concurrence. What are the minimum areas of public service administration that we can reach consensus as minimum areas of concurrence between traditional institutions and as well as municipalities? That exercise, you can't pronounce it here and say they must provide water, there must be this. No, no. The principle, once we agree on concurrence functions, minimum, the work that I'm going to explain down the line will answer this particular question. Very easy, very clear, and then we are able to design a model that COCTA lives up to its name, because our name is cooperative governance. So if there is no appropriate cooperative governance amongst organs of state as supported by the Constitution, it means we as COCTA have not as yet done our work sufficiently. And we are determined, fellow South Africans, we want to tell you that standing before you through our minister and all of us here this morning, we are determined to design a system that will bring harmony, humility, and aggregate differences, and therefore occasion this system into the future, working together with our provinces very closely. Because this process, it must be based on a principle of trust and reciprocity as we are to find each other. That is the first thing. The second thing is for the political leadership across party lines to be driven by a need for the strength of political consciousness and social conscience as we handle these matters, so that we can rise above a bit as we handle this particular matter and become professional politicians who have got a mandate to determine the future of South Africa's local government system into the future. And therefore harness diversity and capacities that are there in various social formations in society. And that is what we, as COCTA, seated here this morning, as we move into the future, are very clear about that particular process. The next slide equally raises 13 critical points. And these matters, all of them, must be addressed through this particular process. Starting from an intergovernmental debt that is there in government of ESCOM, water boards being owed by municipalities, in as much as citizens owing municipalities, departments owing municipalities, fast forward right up to a point where there is a feedback that local government must be saved. It must be saved from possible capture by social forces outside its formal structures with intentions on the economies of those municipalities. And how do we save them so that they are positioned to serve the people of South Africa, not extraordinary social and related interests outside their formal structures. And that is what is a major threat that is seen to be moving into the local government system. And fast forward, it is about how do we deal with issues of governance. Municipalities, when they don't take decisions. Citizens go to courts to ask for a relief. And the courts are taking decisions, and those decisions will have far-reaching implications. The next slide raises 8 points, areas, which will constitute research areas on how do we relate to some of the points I've referred to on traditional leaders. You can see there will be expert teams of people all over to research on those areas. And Prof, we're inviting universities to be interested in those project items so that our research work can deliver as much as it is expected. The next slide quickly shows that the institutional nodes of our organized local government, but also of our municipalities, seem to be moving in different directions with propensity and proclivity, because we seem to be missing a point. And therefore, the nodes are not coming closer to each other. We seem to be moving in different directions from time to time, and therefore the impact is not necessarily as expected. It says, this particular slide, that it is said the whole is not the sum total of the parts, if we were to interpret it. But it's supposed to be the product of the parts in action and well aligned. That is what this slide says, so that we can collectively impact local government as expected. The next slide, very quickly, talks to our intention to sequence this change. What are the immediate things that we must do come next year after the municipal elections? The culture change becomes very important. The coalition legislation must be attended to as a matter of must. The financial model must be attended to very quickly. Issues of traditional leaders, as I have said, these are immediate issues that must be attended to, in as much as we look at long-term policy decisions around repositioning our system of government. The next slide raises 4 foundational elements which constitute the policy mainstay of local government. Without these matters, you don't have a municipality. There must be proper governance arrangements, institutional arrangements and capacity, finances, and all what is required about the capacity of the state to deliver services, infrastructure, maintenance, and related matters. So they constitute 4 cardinal points of the policy mainstay of this particular process. The next slide, it is about the character of a municipality, and I am clear that colleagues seated here, they are quite familiar with all those matters. The next slide we can skip very quickly, and then I move to the last 2. Where we are now, we are on milestone number 8, as it is indicated on that screen. It says we are now further consulting the South African people in their organized formations and individual capacities to engage with this particular process, because we're looking forward to answers, and those answers should be consolidated into a report that on the 26th of March, on the 31st of March 2026, all those matters should have culminated into a final policy document, which will go to cabinet through our minister, and therefore the state president, together with national executive, led by COCTA, must pronounce to the people of South Africa that this is a reimagined system of local government in the next coming 30 years. Lastly, this slide says we are fully conscious of the fact that intra-party political dynamics and inter-party political dynamics, divergence of policy interests and policy ideological foundations will unavoidably be part of this process. And as we would want to infuse our party-related ideological policy beliefs, this process might not be easy. That's what this slide says. And therefore, we must, like I said, be at the point where we can aggregate. And therefore, there will be a need for a policy clearinghouse. And that policy clearinghouse will most probably be in the presidency. His Excellency will guide us as and when we come across that. But we believe that ourselves, with all of you seated here, from our different ideological perspectives, with our interest in being a system of local government, we might not even need the presidency to come in, as long as the game is based on fundamental principles that seeks to want to stabilize this particular process. So that ultimately, when we rise, there is a clear collective effort to deliver a policy that will serve the people of South Africa. The Minister has already spoken about the deadlines for submissions, and for me, I would like to say, I thank you very much, and we're looking forward to this process of a mind gymnasium in the interest of all South Africans. Thank you so much.
Can we again put our hands together for our Deputy Minister? Mindful of time, I'll be moving straight to Salga. And the one key message in his last slide, Deputy Minister said, when there is even a rumor of local government elections, we tend to be possessed by spirits that we seem not to be able to control. So we hope that this process will not be contaminated by the presumed elections that are coming, but we will be focused, because after elections there is a tomorrow. And leaders who are going to leave legacy instead of vacancy tend not to focus on next elections, but next generation. With that, can we call one of the key stakeholders in local government, the president of Salga, Uba Stofile? Let's put our hands together for his message of support.
Program Director, Prof. The Minister, Denegas, your land belongs to you. Executive mayors that are present here, and also greeting to the mayor of an important city called Ekurhuleni. And thank you very much for hosting us today. And I must greet the leadership from our government, deputy ministers, the deputy chair of the NCOP, and the chair of the portfolio committee. I know I'm safe, I'm seated next to you. If I feel sick, and then you can help me with another profession. I'm asked to deliver SALGA's message. One, we agree, Minister. And this, why we agree, it's a program that SALGA has engaged over a period of time. Babu Masondo, Umkachwa, Umanyoni, Uparks, Utembi, Udivorce, fortunately, is here. Who asked the Republic of South Africa to consider a moment to look into the white paper of 1998. And the reasons for us to ask that question through these leaders were exactly some of the issues raised here by Dr. Masimol. One of the biggest issues that he has not raised here is policy choices that we take as a government. There's an important slide that he has raised here of 1995 transitional period. And you see in the plans that are shown there, there is a decline. And the question that we should ask is, what made that decline to be? And you'll find that decline, part of the policy choice that we have taken is to tenderize the services of state. And that made exodus of municipal engineers and town planners and many people to go out and open their businesses and come back to municipality and operate. That's the policy choice that we have made. And that contributes in the downturn in the trajectory of growth of municipality. So choices that we take as a government are important, because as we take these choices, we must ask critical and empirical question: what is the impact of this policy to local government? So tenderization, it became an issue. And the ripple effect of tenderization is what we are saying in your statement, Minister: corruption and many other things. So it is important for us as a government to look into these issues. And that is why I can stand here with pride that over a period of time, those that have been in local government, they will know that the engineering capability in the local state was at least at the highest percentage. Then when you introduce the tenderization process, it reduced that into a very insignificant number. And remember, the IDP process, Minister, is informed almost 80 to 90% by engineering capability. And what also confronted the situation is to categorization of municipalities. An engineer can't work in a category 3 municipality because conditions is paid according to those conditions. And that is why the skill will hop and the municipality will have a problem. And the problem, it will be a municipality, but it's a policy choice that you take. It's an issue that in the white paper, as you look at it, it's important to look into these issues, because we must ask a question instead of having a question that the municipalities are failing, oh gosh, the municipalities are failing and therefore it is a problem. What are the policy interventions that we have taken that seemingly were not working for municipalities? And unfortunately in the process were not asked. The other issue to me, Minister, as part of supporting this intervention, the white paper assumed, and I can imagine those that there's a prof that is also going to facilitate a panel discussion. It was integral part of writing the white paper. I wish them in the sharing, and I think we've got Prof. Defesa from that university in the Western Cape. What gone through into their mind when they talk about municipalities will be able to raise 90%? The immediate assumption was that citizens will be able to pay. And citizens, they will be able to pay because there will be a plethora of factories, businesses, activities, and so on. That is what 1998, and it has been seen over the last 30 years, as it said. The economy has not been growing, and the employment, it has not been growing, and people are increasing in terms of inability to pay. And that is why, Minister, we are saying, we are reading in the news that the total debt of municipalities to businesses and, to water boards and ESCOM is 118 billion. But what we're not told is that 400 billion is owed to municipalities. What is this? It's because of the policy choices that we take. And it will be important in this debate of reviewing the white paper also to look into policies and type of policies that we take and their impact into local government with regard to that. And that is the third issue. The fourth issue, Minister, as far as we are concerned as SALGA, we know we are going to make submission, we are engaging generally, and very soon we'll be having our concrete engagement. The fourth issue, Minister, is part of the white paper. The biggest issue, Doc, you raised, it's a community involvement. But we chose to use a community participation, and without putting instruments that are better for communities to participate. And it is important for us to look, as we review the white paper, it is very much important for us to look at that. This takes me, Minister, to the Operation Vulindlela. The problem with the Operation Vulindlela is to take what is already existing as in the municipality. You know, the law says there are two trading services that are fundamental in local government. It's water, it's electricity. Two funding. And remember, the policy says these two funding, serving product are cross-subsidizing 36 functions in the municipality, despite the fact that 46% of the constitutional functions are located in local government. That includes the what you call the mandates that are given by national government, provincial government, without a following up with resources to support that. So 46 of these functions are depending on only two functions, that's the water and electricity, to cross-subsidize the other functions that are not receiving any allocation from municipality. That is a fundamental issue that we must also look at. The fifth fundamental issue, Minister, is that when you created local government system in South Africa, and I dare to say this, for municipalities that are coming from rural provinces, what we did as government is a policy choice. What we did as a government, we exempted ourselves from rates and taxes. And you put burden to communities and households that are able to pay. And that is why then the municipalities, they had to raise their income. That's a policy choice that we have made. And in the review of the white paper, it is important for us to look into those issues, part to those issues. As we stand here, we have an opportunity, I fully agree with you that we have an opportunity to look into the future and learn from the past and use the past mistakes to correct the future and build what we want in terms of the local government. I agree, Prof. I agree. When you take a car to a service, this is the moment. I think I agree with this, this slogan. This is the moment. When you take a car to service, when you get to the garage, you won't get all the parts that required to be fitted in the vehicle. You had to go outside and purchase those parts and fit them. And therefore, the interaction with all civil society and all those that are interested is to get parts to fix what is incorrect in our system, in making sure that the vehicle that we are building is able to move forward. As we said, Minister, in our presentation, in your MINMAC and the bilaterals that we had, remember, one thing that is not told in the story, and I like this Nigerian storyteller, Shimamasa, beware of the dangers of a single story. And unfortunately, we always fit the single story without looking broadly. One of the issues that we are not bringing on the table is that when you allocate 10%, it's 4.5%, Minister, if you can go back. It's 4.5% on equitable share, and 4% on grant, and 5% on grant, and that gives you 9%. Most of the activities of the national government activities are taking place in the local state. And that is the biggest challenge. The seventh challenge, Minister, is that in support of your program, because it helps us, is to reinvigorate what is called cooperative governance, because cooperative governance has collapsed probably. And what it has risen over time is that the other spheres of government, seeing that local government is a group of individuals that have no capacity, and therefore we must go and impose ourselves and take over their services and their functions. That is the issue that we need to look at. I think two last issues, Minister, in support of this. It is important to position local government as a vehicle of economic transformation and a vehicle that change the livelihood of the citizens in the Republic. Local government, in our sense, Minister, is like your legs. For you to arrive to this meeting, you use your legs, then that is local government that receives services, that is supposed to deliver services. And if it requires to deliver services efficiently, it requires support. That is why we support the legs by making sure that we drink water, so that we have an energy, so that we have a focus. And this support is required from a strong cooperative governance and traditional affairs. And part to that, our view is that we must, as government, stop the thing that we believe cooperative governance business in supporting municipalities is a function of a COGTA. It's not. If you look into the Cooperative Governance Framework Act, it forces the government at all levels to go into a municipal space, intervene, work towards turning that municipality around and support that municipality. And this is what is lacking into our space. Nevertheless, we are saying as South African local government, in whatever that we are doing, we are fully behind and agree with your intention. As long as the intention is about to put people at the center of transformation, the center of prosperity to succeed, it is an important program that as South African local government is ready to enter into it. And mayors that are here today, they will engage even further on other details that I have not shared for this meeting. But our message on behalf of the sector, 257 municipalities, and all those that love local government and wish local government to succeed, we say, good, that is a very good thing. In fact, you broke the record. We have spoken about this thing for many, many years. You became bold in this administration and convened this and have a conversation about it. Thank you very much.
It is very clear now that we're dealing with deep structural issues. which we can't run around away from. A simple question is, do we have the courage and honesty? As some of you know that in most platforms I say South Africa has all what it takes for success. It just has 2 or 3 major problems: an acute honesty deficit and an acute courage deficit. If you are to deal with those 2 problems, I think we would solve many things. We don't lack policies, we don't lack many things. As we prepare to call our next speaker, hey, whoever introduced 2 things in this country called tenders and a list, we never recovered as a country. Just those 2 things. We are bewitched. As those 2 things, the moment you talk a tender and you talk a list, where am I on the list? Even the most sophisticated person just lose their mind. They get into a trance and they are possessed by spirits that you no longer understand. Even a person you were working with, you studied with, people who normally look normal on TV, once you introduce those 2 things, you just do not know. After that, they recover, then you see that, yeah, they are getting back to normal. But as long as those things, Bulawayo, you will try to do those things, you'll try to bring white paper, green paper. Those 2 things. Hence, the Kenyan whistleblower wrote a book, Our Time to Eat. There are people here who are looking at the document. Before it is even debated, they say, how will I eat out of this document? Everything. How will their children live? They don't care. How will their grandchildren live? They don't care. That we're borrowing 2 billion rands per day, they don't care. And unfortunately, most of them, I'm afraid, might be here. I'm not sure, but no. I don't know why I'm saying what I'm saying, but I suspect it might just be true. Where they say, if this white paper doesn't accommodate how I eat, it's better that this paper is just stalled. Can we now call the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders, Khosi Thabo Siahlolo, to come and present? Remember, we have a dual authority in our local government. I was given a list of people who I should acknowledge, but once it became 5 pages, I know and I'm sure you know you are very important. You won't lose that by me not acknowledging you today. Let's put our hands together.
Ke a leboga Program Director Prof. Ke tsena go ke dumedise Minister wa rona Re Velenkosini Hlabisa, our Deputy Ministers from Kokta and all other deputy ministers that are here. Ke dumedise di MEC tsa rona, our executive mayors that are here, di kgosi tsa rona tse di leng teng, our provincial chairpersons and deputy chairpersons, members of parliament that are here. From a traditional leadership perspective, or from a ruralitarian perspective, the past 27 years of local government really has been a horror story, to be frank, because we are still without roads, we are still without water. As all of you know here, our communities strike all the time. And this has actually thrusted traditional leaders into the issues of service delivery. Hence you see us increasingly engaging our councillors, engaging our mayors and MMCs to look at possible solutions as to what can we do to solve our problems. You know, this is as a result of a combination of factors, and key amongst them, it's because municipalities were designed for people when they were designed, or local government. It was not designed with people. But I do believe that we are here as a collective of government and leaders of our people, as the president said, to reflect and make sure that we correct those mistakes. The future of government is local, and we applaud the administration, the 6th administration, for the foresight by introducing the district development model. And in our view, the review of the white paper on local government is going to give a holistic meaning into what district development model is, but also to assist it with its teething problems. Because the idea is good, because the intention is to ensure that all resources of government are going towards local government. Because as people, we are only able to taste and feel government through local government. And we do believe that the future is actually local. The future of government is local. It's not at a provincial level, it's not at a national level. So the process we are engaging in today is very important. Going back to 27 years to 30 years ago, when local government was conceptualized, traditional leaders were virtually left out, because we were seen as an impediment and people who were backwards. But because of the inability to deliver the promised services to the people, we find ourselves at the center of things again. And because in any case, as traditional leaders, primarily and naturally, it's our responsibility to cater for our people. So we cannot just be put in a box of customs and culture and then it becomes the end of the story. We want to see, as our ancestors used to do, we want to be part of developmental initiatives of our people. So we were left behind 27 years ago, and if you look at the situation, ironically 27 years later or 30 years later, the political party governance is becoming increasingly unstable. Unfortunately, we have been able to survive those 30 years, as we have been able to survive apartheid and colonialism. And we really hope that our political leaders have realized that adopting European models without taking into consideration the local aspect is a recipe for disaster.
You know, rural municipalities cannot have the same characteristics as that of a Ekurhuleni metropolitan municipality. It has to look at its unique advantages, where it can harness, you know, possible solutions, because it's facing unique challenges, unlike Johannesburg Metro or Tshwane Metro. So, Minister and delegates that are here, as traditional leaders, we are looking forward to playing a central role in shaping the future of our people through the review of the white paper. We have begun immersing ourselves in the process in our various provincial and local houses, making our inputs as we will continue to engage, and we have already started, as the Deputy Minister had indicated earlier. And in our view, we envisage a future of local government that is developmental, with institutions of traditional leadership playing a pivotal role. Thank you very much, Program Director.
For the first time since 1994, we have, let's put our hands together for Kgosi Siyahlolo. Since 1994, for the first time, we have a minister from a royal family, Deputy Minister Chawe from a royal family, Deputy Minister Dau from a royal family, Minister DPSA, he's Nkosi himself. If this time around we can't fix this relationship between traditional leaders and local government, I think my value. This is the first time the stars have aligned to say traditional leaders will no longer be a footnote, but part of the text. Because these contestations, unmitigated, Babu Kwala, they are never going to be resolved. This time around, it so happened that all of them are around. As I'm preparing as part of power sharing arrangement of inviting Professor Boré to handle the last part, I just want us to think about this. Why sometimes clean audit, unqualified audit, is not felt by people on the ground? You have a clean audit and there's a sewer running. I saw in one clip when a person said, look at this municipality, it has received a clean audit. And to ordinary people, clean and unclean are very clear. Never mind the technical accounting terms. Why our annual reports look so elegant, but the lived experience of people about whom these reports are writing have such misery? If we can't resolve that dilemma, let's take every annual report, every audit as a self-praise for us who are the elite, who are in positions, and just accept it as such. It has no relevance to the ordinary people. It's just the honest truth. At the Public Service Commission, I say this all the time. Don't tell me about how great your report is if people's lived experience cannot relate to this. So if this white paper in the end looks good, but people who are supposed to be served by it, their misery never ends. Then the whole exercise we did here will have been in vain. Prof. Boré, to show that power sharing can work, I invite you to the stage to handle this part up to the tea break, and we'll also have you for moderation. Let's put our hands together.
Thanks very much, Somadoda. You've introduced some very interesting metaphors. We've got an old car with the red lights on the dashboard going in for a service. We have eels, snakes, and trees, and we have strange spirits from this morning session so far. So thank you very much for that, Minister, and all protocol observed. I'd like to call on our last speaker for this morning's, for the first session this morning, Mr. Pubalan Govender. He's the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. I read that you were elected unopposed, which is a very good thing. So there's confidence of all the parties in the chairperson. And before that, he served for 10 years as in the KZN legislature. Please come up.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your introduction. I think, Professor Fikeni, I'm glad that this process has started now, and it should complete by March next year, before that disease that you were talking about sets in and people start getting all those funny feelings. This process should be done. I want to start with a quotation from John F. Kennedy, who said, and I quote, "Change is the law of life, and those who only look to the past and the present are certain to miss the future." And I want to thank the Honorable Minister for taking this bold step to initiate this process to review the white paper, something that should have been done a while ago. And Minister, must thank you and your department for having started this process, which I think will benefit the citizens of our country to a large extent. We as the National Council of Provinces are really elated that this process has begun, and we say that we support this initiative fully. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers present here today, mayors, the House of Traditional Leaders, the President of Salga. Honorable Minister, you have gathered together the key role players that will make positive input into this process, and I'm sure that the outcomes will be what the citizens of our country desire. You know, I remember when cell phones were first introduced, we had those huge cell phones that we used to carry, and people used to call it the brick. I'm sure some of you remember those ones. But if you look at the cell phones that we have now, they are so small that some of them can fold and fit into your shirt pocket. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is that just as we modified that piece of technology to make it fit for the 21st century and beyond, this process that we are embarking upon now is identical, because we are going back to a document that was devised about 27 years ago, and we are looking at it now to see, is it fit for purpose? And I think the department has come to the conclusion that that document is not fit for purpose, and that is why it is being reviewed. In section 151 of our Constitution, it makes provision for the establishment of the local government sphere. A sphere of government which is interdependent and interrelated with the provincial and national spheres of government. Local government policy discourse provides for local government to be developmentally orientated to ensure that service delivery is people-centered. Now, the speakers before me touched on many issues that directly impact on people's daily lives. And if we are really serious about a people-centered government that addresses the needs of our people, then we need to take this process seriously. We need to ensure that the input that we make here is input that will positively impact the lives of our people. Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, one of the key pillars of the NCOP is that of oversight. And I'm so happy today to see that some of my colleagues from the NCOP are here today. In this regard, the NCOP in the 7th dispensation has taken a firm stance to strengthen oversight on all 3 spheres of government. To this end, we held the first 3-sphere planning session of the 7th dispensation in September last year. And the key focus of that 3-sphere planning was to ensure that we have structures in place that will ensure that we perform oversight on all 3 spheres of government, especially when it comes to executive undertakings. Because what we have found in the past is that we have an executive undertaking, we have a department saying to us that we will do 1, 2, and 3, and we find that that process never really unfolds to the benefit of our people. And Prof. Fikeni mentioned earlier that we have sword turning, and a project is started with the sword turning, lots of camera and action, but it stops there. And we find that those projects don't find expression on the ground, even though money has been spent, contractors have been appointed, and they run away, and people do not benefit from the money that has been spent. So what we are going to do from an NCOP perspective is to perform oversight on all of these executive undertakings and project plans that are presented before people and doesn't really find expression amongst the people of our country. The funding model has been touched upon. Now, as was rightly said, it was expected that 90% of the money will be raised from the municipality. But what we find right now is that with a high level of unemployment, municipalities are not able to generate own revenue. And therefore, we find that municipalities are collapsing and people are suffering as a result of non-delivery. Just a few weeks ago, I was here in Johannesburg, and I see the executive mayor is not here right now. And I was driving around with my daughter, and she was able to say to me, "Dad, when you take the next turn, just keep in the right lane because there are 3 potholes on the left lane." And as we continued driving, she was able to tell me in advance where the potholes were. Now, if something as basic as that cannot be rectified, if we drive along the streets in Durban, the only metro in KZN, and you find sewer flowing on the streets, how is that giving dignity to the people that we are called upon to serve? So those are the issues, the fundamental issues that touches people's lives on a daily basis that needs to be addressed, Honorable Minister. We are aware that many of the 257 local municipalities are unable to generate their own revenue due to their location or some systemic factors. The future of these municipalities need to be revisited. And the Honorable Minister touched on this earlier on. Are those municipalities still viable? Should they still exist as they are in the present composition? Should that model be revisited to see if those municipalities can exist on their own? Many of these many of these municipalities are administratively in the doldrums. That is because they are unable to attract qualified staff because of where they are situated. Qualified staff such as CFOs, engineers, municipal managers who have knowledge and experience are unable to go and live in those municipalities because those municipalities cannot pay the salaries that they expect. So therefore we say, let us revise this white paper to the extent that it will be beneficial to the people that we are called upon to serve. Honorable Minister, infrastructure problems in South Africa are mounting on a daily basis. According to the South African Institute of Civil Engineering, South Africa's overall infrastructure rating is D, indicating that infrastructure is not coping with the normal demand and is poorly managed. A question this review of the white paper on local government must seek to answer is whether we have a centralized master plan to maintain our existing infrastructure and whether we do have sound instruments to monitor the state of our infrastructure going forward. When it comes to improving our infrastructure rollout program, we must ensure that we have a cohesive, integrated master plan that connects all sectors of the economy and society. Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, state capability is a critical enabling factor in advancing South Africa's transformation agenda. And I'm glad that, Honorable Minister, you have stressed on the issue of corruption and cadre deployment. The one way of addressing corruption in our municipalities is to ensure that those that are found guilty are dressed in orange overalls. If that does not happen, if we don't convict these people and put them to jail, corruption will continue. We need to set an example that we will not tolerate corruption to the extent that it is evident across all three spheres of government. The current state of local government is certainly not what was envisaged in the white paper almost 27 years ago. In many respects, local government has failed to meet the expectations and contribute directly to meaningful and sustainable involvement in the standard of living. Hence, it is imperative for us to support these initiatives which seek to reform and transform local government for the better. Honorable Minister, with your experience and knowledge, supported by your deputy ministers, the DG, and the officials that you have, I am confident that you will be successful in improving the lives of the people of our country. Therefore, we as a National Council of Provinces are elated with the work that you are doing to reflect on key policy governing local government, and we commit our unwavering support to you and your department as you move forward. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Deputy Chairperson, Governor, thank you for that message of support from the NCOP. Thank you for your commitment to strong and ethical leadership in our local authorities and in our government as a whole. And I really liked your quote that you started off with from John F. Kennedy, change is a law of life, because we as human beings are often scared of change. We want to resist change. So, Minister, how does this process take people with us rather than pushing them away? I think that's the challenge that we have here. So, colleagues, we are clearly running behind time for this program. What I'd like to do is meet with my panelists and the organizing committee just to look at adjusting the program after tea a little bit so that we can make sure that we don't run too far behind there. But in the meantime, can I invite you all to join us at the back for some tea and coffee? I'm sure you all need a leg stretch. Use the time to not just relax, but also network and reflect on what we've heard this morning. And we'll see everyone back in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Testing, test. Yes. One. One. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Yes, 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1. One, two. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2. Just, yeah. One, two. Regan? Check for me this. Is the white the first channel's mics or the second channel? One, two. That's right. Yeah. This is. So it's one. Yeah. So I'm going to put the two whites this side, two, so just so got an idea. Testing. Yeah, there you go. One. The other guy said the sax, yeah. Testing. Okay. Do I need to turn it on?
Yeah. Now, what I've done, you can switch it off again.
Can we ask all conference attendees to come back for this very crucial panel? Yes. Can you please invite them back? We will network later. Can we please ask all people who, when they left their own organizations, left on an understanding that they were coming to a workshop, please, can we please get the ushers to usher them back. We are running behind time. Your assistance will assist us to get back. I see you next to the coffee machine. I see you greeting your relative. I see you asking for shopping centers around. Please, please, please. I see you asking for China Mall. Please, please. Can we come back? Can we come back to the meeting, please? This is a live broadcast. Your constituency will see that you were present through your absence. Please. Thank you very much. With that, I am sure you have a roving microphone, Prof.
I've got a,
Oh,
I'm mic'd up here, but everyone else has handheld microphones.
I
which we
like
will
that
use.
one. It was designed for priests
Exactly.
who can run that way and still be heard.
Come from the Methodist Church.
Let's put our hands together for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Minister and our traditional leaders, and in particular all our local government representatives in the room. You are most welcome back at the second session. And I'm pleased to say we have 8 exceptional people who are going to be contributing to how we take this white paper review process forward. The first panel that I have here is really going to be looking back. And it's not a nostalgia trip, but it is saying, over the past 30 years, what have we learned? Because we can't adapt and adjust and change unless we pause and reflect and learn from what we've done. And the people on the stage here weren't just theoreticians of local government. They were practitioners in the trenches of setting up the new local government system. And at the time, we had to build or design the plane while flying it. And I'd like them to reflect a little bit on that journey here. As we know that the local government transition didn't start with the white paper in 1998. It was a very important moment, but as the DM said, it goes back a little bit further than that. And I would just like to reflect, for example, on the Soweto Accord of 1990, led by Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa and Ma Albertina Sisulu and others, which started looking at the relationship between service delivery, finances, payments for services, legitimacy, transparency, and things like that. As early as 1993, even before we transitioned to democracy, we had a Local Government Transition Act, which started mapping out how we were going to get to from where we were, racially segregated and unequal local authorities, where we wanted to be. And of course, the local government chapter in the Constitution is the founding document. We can't really debate and discuss local government today without reflecting on the provisions local government and cooperative governance in the Constitution. So I've asked our panelists, being aware of time, so colleagues, what we do is sacrifice a little bit of the session time at the end where we were going to throw it open for discussion. We're going to have to close it after the panels, unfortunately, but that is to make sure that we reach our targets on time. So I've asked each of our panelists, both now and one afterwards, to really, in 6 or so minutes, what are their 3 major that they would like to put into the discussion, and by hearing those, in essence, we are creating an agenda change based on both past and present practitioners in the local government system as a valuable input to the process for the next year. So, Velenkosini Hlabisa, you read that you were a mayor during those early days of the local government transition in Richards Bay. By the way, we've got a bit of a KZN on the stage. And with the exception of Lance, I also come from originally, so we panel here. But you were mayor during those early days of Can we hear? Something's happening? No? Hello? This unit? Okay. I think it's just catching. Ah, okay. How's that? Is that all right? Okay. But you were also municipal manager for 14 years in the Utungula district. 14 years, yeah. So huge experience during the last transition period. Dr. Namusa Dube, doctor, congratulations. Graduated 7 days ago, I believe, so really fantastic. Yeah. I remember her as mayor of the North Central Local Council, which was a subsection of what the Durban Metropole at that stage. And then she, of course, became Speaker of the eThekwini Metro, served 2 terms with SALGA, was MEC for cooperative, and of course, this is Mike. Maybe I should use this one. All right. Is that working? Okay. So again, someone who's deeply involved in building local governance for the last 25 years. Kaya Mpongosi, 31 years of local government experience in the Greater Durban Negotiating Forum. So that's even back in when we had statutory and non-statutory sides. Founding municipal manager of Ugu district and still part of the eThekwini turnaround today. So a long, distinguished career in local government. And then Lance Joel is the COO of SALGA. So currently very much a practitioner of local government, but has a very strong legal and municipal governance and policy and finance experience in local government for the last 15 years. So great panel. Can we start off with Velenkosini? Do you want to use that mic there? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sit down, it's fine. Be relaxed, this is a fireside chat. Okay.
Program Director, the Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. Because of time, I think you'll forgive me for that. I think what has gone really right in terms of the first phase was the legal framework. After the 1998, white paper, in most cases, all what was envisaged was actually put into implementation by the Municipal Structures Act, Demarcation Act, Municipal Finance Management Act, and all that. So I would say at the moment, the legal framework as envisaged in the white paper was actually achieved. But maybe then what has really gone wrong? I think corruption has been mentioned, but it is not only to local government. In our times, if you speak about a government structure, people seem to associate it with corruption. But obviously, because of the things that have happened, the state capture, the various things that we hear on the newspapers, the 255 million asbestos project and so on, those are the things, and I think it is going to be important that for the next phase of local government, I don't know how, but I'm of the view we need to really do a lot so that corruption could be stamped out once and for all. And then what I would call also tenderpreneurs. One did mention the issue of tenders. Tenders seems to have really robbed our communities, because there are a lot of things that one hears on the ground do happen in terms of the tenders. Instead, one might even say the tendering system has actually made the services to be so expensive, because then on a price, one must put a cake that is needed by someone there and so on, and thus inflating the price. The other issue, which I think is very important, the whistleblowers who could actually help local government to identify those wrongdoers and so on. Whistleblowers, I think the government is paying a lip service to this issue. And there should be bold statements from all departments and so on, and also to be a protocol of how really to protect the whistleblowers so that they could really be encouraged to come out. Politicization of local government, the former speaker of the panel have mentioned something about it, and I'm not going to really spend time on it, but the important thing with it is that it robs local government of the people who are qualified, because in terms of the politics at local government, one is appointed to a higher position, even if he does not have the necessary qualifications. If he's able to jump and shout slogans of his political party, his or her political party, in a rally and so on, everyone would think, well, needed to be really appointed. So those are the issues that this white paper would need really to look at. And then finally, the role of traditional leaders. At the moment, the role of traditional leaders has not been accorded the status that it deserves. There are a lot of things that happens. There is something that is happening. However, one would argue, in terms of a ward, you'll find that in a ward, there is a councillor, elected councillor. There is also a PR councillor. There is also an induna in the area. So in course, then where does he come in terms of those people that are there? And again, in terms of justice, Amakosi, they look at a number of issues, the dispute, boundary disputes, and so on. And that is what maybe others seem to think they must be restricted at. But as a developmental local government, more particularly coming from KZN, we have a huge chunk of land that belongs to the Ingonyama. So there should really be something that is actually done so that at that stage, you will see what the role of traditional leaders are in terms of spatial planning. The rural areas, the development, simple lands like anyhow, because there is no planning. And hence, in some other communities, you find that there is a road, but there are houses this side and that side. And in order to actually save lives, you will have a lot of speed humps. A distance that you could travel within 20 minutes, you will travel it within an hour because of those speed humps. Why? Because the development was not properly planned. And those are the things that would need to be looked at. And I think, lastly, government. I think the government also, all departments, needs to be looking at certain issues. For an example, social grants. The 350 social grants. It's good. It was introduced during the COVID-19 period. But if you really look at it, I believe it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Because those 350 grants, in most cases in the area where I come from, if it is a day for the payments, you will find those people, they've received it, and they are in the bottle stores, and they are buying beer, and they are drunk, and so on. It's not really helping them really a lot. I'm of the view that maybe if it was the funds, because each and every person lives in a voting district, in a ward, you could actually map up how many people are in the ward and so on. And maybe the local municipality must be given that money to really start a project which will make those people to earn a decent living than the 350 that they enjoy on the day when they are receiving it. The issue of teenage pregnancy, getting babies that are really not expected, yes, they must get the grants, but somehow the government must have some sort of a criteria of how really to allocate that. You find some school children saying, oh, well, I have a baby. And so it is important that that issue is looked at, because the birth control, if not restricted, we are going to have a few number of people that are working, who are earning a salary, who are not, they will be taxed in such a way that they will not be able to provide the government with the money that he needs to really provide these grants. Thank you.
Bonginkosi, thank you very much for that. Some tough issues there. As you said, the question is, well, stamping out corruption and nepotism and fraud and state capture, how? And how do we model ethical leadership at all levels is a big challenge facing all of us. And sorting out this role of traditional leaders, Minister, I think you referred to this, 2007 to 2009 review said we must solve this issue. Now we're sitting nearly 2 decades later. Why were we not able to do it at the time? And we've got to learn from that in order to do it now. Because if we don't look back and how we failed in our reform efforts at the time, then we're going to fail again. But Nomusa.
Thank you.
Your views. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Let me acknowledge our Minister Hlabisa, Deputy Ministers, Ngamashe and Dr. Masemula, as well as the Chair of NCOP and the Chair of the Select Committee and the House of Traditional Leadership and all the leadership that is here, Salga and all the colleagues. Perhaps mine, I just wanted to first locate our reflection with the enduring vision that had shaped our journey, our democratic journey. Here I speak of the Freedom Charter, the people shall govern. I remember during our negotiations in eThekwini, we used to have a 2,000 member of the non-statutory versus the statutory. And to me, that was the people shall govern. But this was no ordinary, slogan in terms of how government, anticipated the colonial and apartheid rule, where governance was the exclusive preserve of the racial minority. It was instead a radical assertion of popular sovereignty, demanding not just the right to vote, but the right to shape the future, socially, politically, and economically by our people. Now, the idea has matured to a concept of people-centered. We know that the state exists because of the people. We need to build capacity. We need to exercise accountability. And I want to also look at how we revisit this issue. Because I'm raising this important clause, not out of nostalgia, but to anchor this dialogue in historical clarity. When the democratic state was born in 1994, there was no institutional handover, no policy blueprints, no archives, no inherited municipal development strategy, no incoming democratic government under President Mandela. Everything had to be built from scratch. Now, if you look at all that, and you look at the white paper, democratize planning, service delivery, redress apartheid, special development, drive the local economic development as the Constitution, requires us to do. If we look at the progress, of course, wall-to-wall local government was in order, a unified system of local government, massive expansion of service delivery, institutionalization of the IDPs, the LED strategies, and a lot of other legislative imperatives as has been outlined by the ministers and the deputy ministers also before. But also when we look at the challenges, our ambition collided with structural, I call it structural versus operational constraints. Weak institutional capacity, especially in the rural areas, fiscal framework, overly focused on compliance and no innovation, tick the box. Excessive dependence on national transfers, limiting autonomous and responsiveness by those who are practitioners. Now, the institutional foundation and the gains and gaps, we've looked at the various municipal laws. We used to say, I think we're still saying it now, that local government is over legislated. At some stage we counted more than 42 pieces of legislation within local government. And I remember at some stage, when we were looking at some of these pieces of legislation, there's one that comes to mind. It was the one that was talking about the emergency call, when people must call the emergency. I think it was coming from one department where it wanted to make like a 911 kind of a number. And that number meant that the national department will be the ones who will drive those 911 numbers, which means it will start at the national before it comes in municipalities, before it goes to local, before it goes to where. And that tells you the kind of the structural misdirection that we took trying to navigate through the whole process of working around issues of governance. Now, those challenges for me have been looking at issues such as the political administrative tensions, the erosion of professional capacity through unmerited employments and recruitments. We've seen municipalities that are under administration, the professionalization of the minimum qualification and performance contract, the establishment of the leadership development academies, but some of the contradictions, again, that the white paper imagined this participatory or pro-poor transformative local government, the developmentalism that gave way to bureaucracy. Public participation that became procedural instead of being purposeful and making meaningful contribution to the lives of people. The LED processes devolved into isolated SMME projects, small rather than systematic, transformative programs that are owned by communities themselves, reinventing the participation of communities. The other key lessons that I think we needed to look at, the one size does not fit all. The assumption that universal capability was flawed. Smaller municipalities were burdened with a number of these legislative mandates, and they could not execute many of them. Operationalizing the differentiation in terms of laws and practices is something that is a must. Establishment of regional support and shared services, which is something that I found worked very well when we were doing it in our province, the support of a shared services. The delegated function based on the assessed capabilities and the capacities of municipalities as opposed to what pressures that you are getting. The other one is the issues of ring fencing, the technical expertise that are required and that are there. And some of the lessons that I think moving forward that we need to be looking at, as I said, that definitely the one size fits all is something that cannot work. Yes, our constitution is not flawed. It's very sound, but the challenge lies in the execution, the misalignment between municipalities and other spheres of government, the fragmentation within municipalities themselves, the intergovernmental coordination. I think the Deputy Minister spoke at length about this. I'm not going to repeat it. Also, looking at the era now of I call it polycrisis, from the climate change to fiscal constraints and digital transformation, embracing data and technology to plan and deliver effectively and efficiently, building resilient infrastructure, enabling informal economy in the township and entrepreneurship, exploring innovation. The last one that I just want to zoom into now looking forward is that one of the issues that always troubles some of us as local government practitioners is the constant changes in the municipal boundaries and jurisdiction, which erodes the capacity of service delivery, the changes in the national discourse of transformation legislative, the seriousness of the leadership of governance, challenges in municipalities, including weak responsiveness and accountability to communities. Of course, the poor fiscal issues I've mentioned, the historical spatial development patterns that still persist and inequalities, as well as the inadequate communication strategies that do not exist in many municipalities, or there is no capacity to communicate to its citizens. So I think those are some of the many that I can mention, facilitator, of the issues that I think we might need to zoom into, but also looking forward. And while I say we're looking at this road since 1998, it has not been without potholes. We must not lose sight of the path. The original vision of the developmental local government remains as relevant today as it was then, but it needs a reinvigoration of rooted in the lessons that has been implemented, the new realities that we are facing. So I'm hoping that this is not going to be yet another tick box, but it's going to be a really shift and the implementation of something that we think it's going to work, as opposed to, again, still trying to test the waters. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Namusa. I appreciate you going beyond just the symptoms of the crisis and to try and tease out the underlying structural causes of the problem. I agree with you 100% is that we've got to revisit the one size fits all. I think 30 years ago, coming out of a fragmented, unequal apartheid system, we wanted to emphasize equality and unity and a unified system across the country. Now, 30 years on, we realize that we've got to introduce perhaps some sort of differentiated asymmetrical system depending on local conditions. And how we get there is a big challenge. So I absolutely agree. And what you were saying about how we've moved from developmental to bureaucracy, from participation to, what did you say, procedural, and kind of moved from that bottom-up democratic spirit that ignited us in the 1980s and 90s to a more top-down approach. So some very important points there. Thank you very much. Kayo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Honorable Chairpersons of NCOP, Deputy Chairperson, and the Honorable Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, and the Honorable Chairperson of COCTA Portfolio Committee, the Honorable MECs that are here, Honorable mayors that are here, and honorable councillors and colleagues, all protocol observed. I would like to say I'd like to first start with the fact that as a nation, there is something that is unifying us. Patriotism ought to be entrenched. When we sing the national anthem, for instance, it's an omission, in my view, that we changed from how we were singing the national anthem during the struggle days. In the struggle, we were acknowledging also the role of the Holy Spirit. Very, very important omission, unfortunately. It's cost us dearly. Back to basics, back to our roots, because it's our forebears who actually included that, and we were singing throughout the liberation struggle. And the heavens delivered, but we don't acknowledge. So I would say really, let's ensure that patriotism is infused through also the singing of the Holy Spirit. Let's bring back Woza Moya Oyingwele, come the Holy Spirit, number one. Number two, the traditional leaders, of course, I'm glad it's been mentioned already, the participation. I've got here to say they're participating in the interim phase of local government, you know, and their exclusion started from the 5th of December 2000 to date. But I'm glad that there is the review of the, you know, the white paper, so we want to see more on that. Also, I would like to say the power of visioning and confession. Where people, where there is no vision, people perish or they cast off restraint. This is what has happened in our country, in our municipalities, because when you have a clear power of vision, let me cite an example, because when I was at Ugu, fortunately I served for 11 years there. And when we started, and we had a new system of local government now, we said as a family of municipalities, we went together, we would have, every 2 years, we would have our retreat as the district family. And the very first statement we made, we said we want to become leaders in local government. We're in the track and spec. We always went to the track and spec when we were having these retreats. And the top brass of the entire district, all municipalities. And indeed, because we confessed that, and we started making sure that we're like crazy, vision everywhere, even including on our agendas. Whenever things went wrong, we would say, this is not leading us to our vision. My principals would even laugh when I'm raising that, to say, but we're going off on a tangent now because we're not sticking to our vision. So power of visioning is very important. And where are we going? So owning also the IDP process. I'm glad that, you know, at Tegwini, as well as Ugu district municipalities, when we hosted in Johannesburg in 2002, the World Summit on Sustainable Development. You would recall that we showcased our IDPs, which had been prepared in-house. That goes a long way because it says you actually have bought into what you are talking about, and as opposed to consultants driven and so on. So that's very important. Also, running a municipality as a business, I would say there is so much overemphasis on politics, even in terms of our postgraduate studies in public administration. For instance, I'm saying what I did. At some point I was a student of public administration masters at UKZN, and a few months down the line I realized, with all due respect to the university and all universities, but I realized that it wasn't taking me to where I wanted to go. From the point of view, I wanted to run a municipality as a business. The political discourse that was there in my studies, really, I was saying, I won't cite my professors as well, you know, but the point I'm making, when I went for MBA, it changed the whole approach because I started focusing on these assignments even in the workplace, and it really took us to another level. I want to challenge also what perhaps gets, imposed on our administrators to say within 18 months of your appointment, you must have this qualification. I'm not sure if it really produces the kind of leaders that we need. I'm not sure if it produces people who can run the municipality as a business. Rather, it's one of those tick box exercises and so on, in my view, as a practitioner. Political deployment at the expense of meritocracy. We have seen so much of that. And when politics rejects you, when you are winning awards, you just wonder, you just say, what kind of politics is this? I'm saying what I've witnessed, the municipality winning awards, and yet, thank you very much, you may go home. And, political floor crossing, some people called it cross-flooring. That was something else. In fact, I've written here, it must be one of those, we must say, never. Never again shall Mzansi be subjected to such legislation. We lost even good mayors. I lost a very good mayor. The people lost a good mayor, and so on and so forth. And, you can just see how these things happened. It shouldn't have happened. I know it may not have been intended and directed at local government, but unfortunately we're at the receiving end. So one must be one of those that we note. But also the quest for professionalization of local government. I'm glad Mr. Biela and myself actually been past presidents of the ILGM, Institute for Local Government Management. We have been saying this since inception of ILGM, to say we would like to see professionalization of local government, and we would like to see, because unfortunately when there was the repeal of the town clerk's legislation, there was unintended consequence that there was a void, and nature never allows vacuum. So this is what has happened thus far. So if we can really focus on that and make sure that ILGM becomes the umbrella institute for professional bodies in the Republic, we can go a long way. DDM is welcome, as an approach. So it is the presidential eThekwini working group from eThekwini's side, and I know it's now emulated in Joburg, city of Joburg, but it's very important to ensure that we support such programs, the approach, because for a long time people have been paying lip service to intergovernmental relations, nothing, all the time we've been operating as three different spheres of government, and where people are just running perhaps even their fiefdoms almost, without any regard for us as one government. So this approach is therefore, supported. Legislation on administering of 39 interventions. I've been administrator 5 times, and I've seen, that the inconsistencies even between provinces. In some provinces, it takes very long, to actually lift the administration, because the inconsistencies are there. I participated, by the way, in a an exercise which was convened by a DCOG, predecessor. And, we had prepared everything in terms of the draft bill, for administering Section 139 and 100 interventions, but nothing came to light. It really confuses the whole local government sphere on the ground. Well, but, we know we're a unitary state. How do we operate in a manner that is really not leading us to work together? Reforms of trade, reforms of trading services is welcome. But the more things change, the more they remain the same. I'm saying because when I was at Ugu, as an example, we were running the water services, water and sanitation, just as what the reforms are calling for. In other words, really, there are lessons we can learn, and for instance, even the payment percentage was even at 98%. So I'm basically saying there are lessons of things that work, but unfortunately, even if it ain't broke, we still fix it. We fixed, such things. And maybe the very last one, bring back the VUNA Awards. Bring back the VUNA Awards. I wish I could have, I said this one, I could even lead the march, bring back the VUNA Awards. I'm saying also because, yes, my municipality was a recipient, but it was such a good intervention which really was incentivizing people. And, if we could do that, I see provinces do have their own initiatives, but the spirit, you can never imagine the spirit it brought, camaraderie, at the national level when we have VUNA Awards, because you are celebrated nationally and everybody is there. Peer learning as well. I know there was the districts also had a peer learning mechanism, but where is it? What happened of it? Salga was participating in the department and so on and so forth, but what happened? So peer learning is important. Thank you, Chair.
Kayo, thank you very much. I mean, whether it was the Holy Spirit or the spirit of the VUNA Awards, the spirit is important. No, and I mean that. I think I really want to highlight your focus on a vision. And without a vision, a people perish. And it needs to be a shared vision. It can't just be a vision of one section of society. It needs to really help people understand why we need to work together towards a common goal. So thank you for that. So, Lance.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. And may I also rise to extend greetings to the entire political leadership, as well as the administrative leadership present, and stand on the protocols that have already been established. I had come prepared with a few slides to present, and then DM Dr. Masemola stole my thunder. And so I'm going to build DM on what you had already walked us through on your earlier presentation. But my contribution as part of the reflection of the last 27 years, call it that, is that you can almost break it down into 3 different phases. Others would argue 2 different phases. But let me put forward my thinking on it. For me, the first phase is really linked to the period 2000 up to 2006 and connected there to 2006 to 2011. So the first phase from 2000 to 2011 has probably been the most important phase of building the blocks towards a solid foundation for local government. At the time, like with democracy, at the time of democratic local government, there was a lot of optimism. There was a lot of excitement. Those that came through either to lead politically or administratively were in a space of excitement because we were at the time putting together what is now the local government suite of legislation linked to the regulations thereto, and there was a lot of optimism. Probably the most positive phase of local government since democratic local government. In the second phase, well, similarly positive of that first phase is the fact that from where I am sitting, DM Dr. Masemola had a slide that he rushed through, and I thought he was going to spend some time on it because it anchored those first 2 terms of the Office of Local Government. There was a triangular DM. You had community, you had the administration, you had the political arm. It was probably the closest local government has been to communities during those first 2 terms. And you could have seen at the time the level of interaction between communities and local authorities, both administratively and politically. The second phase, which for me I limit to 1 term, 2011 to 2016, has really been almost a new start in many municipalities. Because what we then witnessed was the 2-term limitation taking effect. Those mayors that had already served their second term had to exit the system. So all of the capacity that we had built over the 2 terms, we literally lost overnight. And the unfortunate consequence of having political change is that it is followed through administrative change. So for that term itself, we saw a lot of capable people leaving the local government system, and you almost saw a new start. However, the new start in the context of what is now established legislation, established systems and processes within municipalities, and required this new crop of people to breathe life into those new systems and processes and legislation that have been put into place. And then came the last 2 terms, inclusive of the current, 2016 to 2025. And the clock is ticking. We then saw the emergence of a phenomenon that had existed since 2000, but became more pronounced because it now affected the bigger municipalities, the metropolitan areas. It's the swear word, it's called coalitions. And what we have seen, well, at least the lessons that we can draw from it, is that there is a cry for political inclusivity. Political parties that are taking seats in council all want to be part of executive decision making and influence executive decision making. And as soon as you are excluded, particularly in municipalities that are coalition governed, it creates instability. Because then the daily attempt is to change political power and be part of executive decision making. And so the lesson we could draw from the last 2 terms certainly is that we need to look at a system going forward that would respond to political inclusivity, such that the focus is on delivering on the mandate of local government as detailed in the constitution and the legislation, rather than the yearning to be part of executive decision making, and therefore solely focusing on motions of no confidence so that you can get into power. The last point I should make that literally covers all of the phases, and it relates to the role of other spheres of government. So we must not be mistaken to think that the review of the white paper on local government must focus on local government. Dear Masemola, you triggered me certainly when you had a slide on the national support interventions. The project, I had nightmares. I sat next to Johan. We have nightmares from all of those interventions. Now, why are there nightmares? Is because there are very little positive stories to tell, despite the efforts that have been invested into hopefully turning the tide. And so the conversation about the review of local government must also be a conversation about the role of national and provincial government and how it contributes or does not contribute towards development of local government. In fact, to ask deliberately the question, are they not negatively contributing? And how do we manage that particular consequence as a result of these national interventions, whether they are through 139 or whether they are through, as DM Masemola had listed, those national interventions. So for me, those would be, for me, the unpacking of the journey of the last 27 years, certainly, and one can only hope that we can collectively look at how best we can not only address the weaknesses, but there are positive stories that we should also be able to sustain, and how do we ensure that that also gets into the areas where there are weaknesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lance. I really enjoyed your breaking down of the 5 different terms into the periods that you did there. I think your emphasis on sorting out political stability ahead of the next term of office is, whatever we say in the white paper review, that's got to be done. And the mechanisms to ensure that no one can kind of willy-nilly disrupt a political rule in a council just because they want to become the next mayor and things like that. So very, very important. And I think your point that you've raised, that the white paper on local government in 1998 is not just about local government. It's about how local government and the local sphere relates to people, communities, but also to other spheres of government. And your point that what we are doing now is not just reviewing the performance of local government, we review the performance of the system of governance, which includes the performance of national departments and the performance of provinces. So thank you for that, because I'm sure we're going to be coming back to that point. Now, colleagues, I would love to talk to my 4 colleagues here for another hour, because clearly they've raised some really important and interesting things, but unfortunately we're not going to have time to do that. I really apologize for that, and next time we need to structure these so we can go into these things that you've raised in deeper terms. But Minister, if I could just say in concluding this first panel session, I think that first, to make this review process a success, we need to draw on the experience and wisdom of former practitioners and current practitioners that have been in the system, because just between them very quickly we've come out with really, really powerful observations of where we need to upgrade and improve the performance of our system. And secondly, this can't be just a dry, dusty sort of bureaucratic process. We have to create a vision. We have to create excitement. We have to mobilize, organize, and educate, as we used to say back in the days, because that is how we take people with us. And I think that was coming out of the panel discussion today. So, colleagues, thank you very much for your inputs. I invite you to step down and the second panel to join. Johan, can you take the 3rd chair? Yeah. While you're the 4th chair there, yeah. Okay, so we're going to crack on, because again, Minister, I'm aware of time. We've again got another very experienced group of people here to help us not just look back, but look ahead for the next 30 years. Prof. Jaap de Visser, one of South Africa's leading experts on local government and law and constitutionalism, as you've heard for many years with the Dalla Omar Institute at UWC. He's currently the South African Research Chair, Multi-Level Government, Law and Development. Advocate Silias Brink is a practitioner in local government. He is currently in the Tshwane Council as leader of the opposition. He's a former mayor, but he has also served a term in the National Assembly, and I hope that that has given him a perspective from above and below, which he will bring in here. Johan Mettler, quite a few years in the sector, Otopi now, but one of South Africa's most experienced municipal managers, city managers, having had to deal with many tough and difficult situations in his career. Looking forward to your input, Johan. And then Madijeng Nateni, 25 years public service experience, sort of retired from National Treasury, but not retired from contributing. So thank you very much for being here. Two decades in senior leadership in National Treasury, head of intergovernmental relations. So has seen these stories and these issues in the trenches for many, many years. So colleagues, over to you, Jaap. Can you go first? And then we'll move down the line as we did with the first panel.
Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you for this opportunity. All protocol observed, and good to be with you. Let me go straight into a few points that I wanted to make. The one question that is in the discussion document that struck me was the question where government essentially says, we have done so many reviews, we've done so much thinking over the last 20 years, we've had so many proposals to improve the system, but we haven't implemented any of them. Can you please tell us why? And I thought that's a peculiar question to ask, but it is, I think, a very important question. And it brings me to my first point, which is, and it latches on to the point that Lance made in the previous panel, and also some of the content of the presentation of the Deputy Minister, is that we need more coherence at national government level when it comes to local government. Local government is overwhelmed and overregulated. And a lot of that stems from the fragmented approach to local government. So we need to really think carefully about how do we ensure that we don't have a situation where human settlements has an approach to local government that is different from the approach of water and sanitation, that is different from the approach of minerals and energy, etc., etc. And I think it's very encouraging to hear about the clearinghouse idea, and I really hope that there's going to be a center of government when it comes to local government, because we need that. And it is unrealistic to expect, I think, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to play that role of being, let's say, the choir master that rallies and mobilizes, cajoles, and tries to force the whole of government into a coherent approach to local government. We've tried that, and it's not working. We need a different approach. To give you one very clear example, the National Treasury and COCTA both were very concerned about the competency and discipline of senior managers in local government. So they both issued their own regulations on competency and discipline of senior managers, with the result that there's a fragmented approach to that issue. And you can say, well, that's sort of a lawyerly comment to make, but the consequences are real. I go through the case law and I see efforts at disciplining senior managers fail because municipal managers don't know, okay, which one must I apply? There's so many, and I don't know which one applies. So it's real, and we need to do better than that. The issue of political administrative interface, I don't like the term, but I use it so that everyone knows exactly what I mean. It's the Achilles heel of local government. There are many useful proposals on the table already, and we need to talk about all of them. I want to raise one of them, which is dealing with the problem, I think, of having a situation where ensuring the professionalization of local government currently is the responsibility of two political actors, namely the council, who appoints, dismisses, and suspends senior managers, and the MEC for local government, who must oversee all of that. Both are political actors. So the council appoints and disciplines and suspends, and by the way, I go through all the case law every year of local government law, and it's truly unseemly and embarrassing how local government is occupying the courts with cases on suspensions, discipline of senior managers. So clearly that system is not working, where we have two political actors overseeing the professionalization of local government. We need to do something else. So one idea that has come up is, let's involve professional associations. Let's have a rule that senior managers in local government must be members of professional associations. And that professional association will look after the ethics and the quality of its members, just like with lawyers and accountants and doctors. So if you misbehave or you don't keep up with your continuous education, your peers will deal with you and they will chuck you out of the system, and then as a result you can no longer be a senior manager in local government. We had that system before 1994, the Town Clerks Act. You couldn't be a town clerk if you weren't a member of the Town Clerks Association. Now, of course, that system was used to keep black people out of the profession. So it was abolished for very good reasons. But I think we threw the baby out with the bathwater. Or I think Johan once you said we threw the bathwater at the baby. His English is much better than mine, so that may be the right expression. Reducing the number of municipalities, I want to make the point that yes, we need to revisit the two-tiered model, and there is lots and lots of research that has been done on that issue. But we cannot amalgamate our way out of this problem. Reducing the number of municipalities just for the sake of reducing the number of municipalities is not going to work. The financial viability of rural municipalities, to my mind, is not a size issue. It's an intergovernmental fiscal relations issue. And I think that's where we need to look for solutions for rural municipalities, not by merging them. You know, the old saying is, if you put naught and naught and naught together, it doesn't miraculously become 3, it's still naught. So amalgamation of rural municipalities simply to create viability is not going to work. What is a size issue, though, is local democracy. And if my ward councillor lives 3 hours away from me, that's no longer local democracy. And I think we shouldn't sacrifice local democracy for the sake of financial viability when there are other solutions available. The last point, coalitions. I'm cautiously optimistic. I know I heard Lance loud and clear, and I think things are rough. But I think we're starting to see political culture changing and settling in. The fact that we have a GNU that is, some call it critical but stable, I think it's something. We're trying to figure it out, and I think we have to, because the reality, I think, is going to be that coalitions are not just here to stay, but that will increase. In fact, I dare to say that we're going to look at a situation where the majority of our municipal councils will be run by coalitions, because our electoral system, combined with the global and South African trend of fragmentation, is going to take us there, unless we change the constitution. So we don't have a choice but to figure out how to do coalitions better. The last point I want to make on this is that we need to maybe shift our focus slightly away from how to constrain the politicians. Yes, it's needed, not so many motions of no confidence, etc. But reshift our focus to how do we make sure that when there is coalition turmoil in a municipality, that the administration continues. And I think that's the key to dealing with coalitions in a better way. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Some great points there. I think your first point on the need for more national coherence on the local government reform process and a single narrative that binds together all the national departments and national organizations, including Parliament and NCOP and Demarcation Board, and what are we trying to do here? We cannot drive reform through different parts of government. It's got to be one process. So where's the single plan that implements the single narrative around local government reform? I think that'll give us a chance, but thank you for raising that and many other points. Advocate Brink?
Thanks very much. Limited time, so I'm going to focus on two things in particular. I think it's critically important for local government to find a far bigger and stronger supply of expertise and capital for rolling out infrastructure. And secondly, a measure of stability. Now, just a bit of background, we don't want to redo the last panel, but what few people have mentioned is that we are in the long shadow of no to little economic growth in this country. The white paper was based on the idea that the economy would continue to grow. A redistributive system of local government assumes a growing economy to fund the rollout of those services. In 2023, the country had a lower per capita GDP than in 2008. President Mbeki's last year in office. And what that essentially means is that the population is outgrowing the economy. And so the growth of goods and services produced within the borders of our country cannot meet the needs of the population. That has an effect on infrastructure, higher subsidized services, more claims for subsidized services, lower surpluses from trading services as water, electricity, and waste collection. And there's another aspect to the long shadow, and that's the neglect of infrastructure for many years. So in this time when economic growth exceeded population growth on average, we neglected critical infrastructure, the unsexy stuff of wastewater treatment plants, electricity substations, cables, main roads, things which, you know, only when they really become a problem do they become political headline issues. And maybe that's what the scripture refers to as, you know, casting off the restraint. Lack of vision and perhaps, you know, plentitude of opportunities to do things wrong. Because if the economy is growing, then there's room for irregularity and doing things wrong. The results of those bad actions don't become immediately evident. But then we had a period of time after 2008 where we didn't have economic growth keeping pace with population growth. And so we started living the consequences of these things not being replenished. The substations not being rebuilt, the wastewater treatment plants not being refurbished, etc. And where we are now is that there is now growing political instability and fewer resources in order to build the infrastructure needed to give people services and access to these basic things what the Constitution says. So that's the point. We're almost in an income infrastructure doom loop. Because if your infrastructure is broken down, you struggle to deliver the services. If you struggle to deliver the services, you struggle to raise the revenue. And the balance sheets of municipalities are now so bad that they're more dependent on national government. So, brings me to the point of one, new and bigger and better sources of capital for infrastructure, and we have to think out of the box. Take water, for example. The mayor of Ekurhuleni said 30%. I think Tshwane is about 32%, 33%. Joburg pushing 45%. If we can reduce, say, Joburg water losses from 45% to 40%, not only do you improve services significantly, you put cash in the bank. You solve an infrastructure problem and a finance problem. And the question then becomes, how do you do that? And I think that's where some of the aspects of Vulindlela will be useful for us, just like we're thinking of new delivery models for ports and rails, bringing in private sector expertise, 30-year concessions. We must think the same way of water. There's only 2 private water concessions in this country, Kwadukuza and Bombela. 30-year contracts concluded before the system of local government. Had they been concluded after 2000, they would never have been concluded because the rules wouldn't have allowed for it. And those 2 concessions have got lower water losses, they've got higher rates of collection, and that's the type of thing we need to look at. A 30-year water concession, Joburg Water, a new model for delivery, but that obviously challenges thinking a little bit. The second suggestion I want to make is that perhaps we need to exempt certain troubled municipalities from laws which they don't have the capacity to implement. Professor De Visser has mentioned that it's not just basket case local authorities, it's the framework within which they operate. For example, preferential procurement places a whole lot of socio-economic pressures on the supply chains of municipalities. Whereas if you're really in trouble, the most important consideration must be getting the best possible value for money deal to build the bridge or to build the road or to complete the project. And I think many of the well-meaning other objectives that have been built into procurement laws have made it very difficult. Last point on stability, and remember, it's not just political stability. We can't legislate for politics. We have to have politics and contestation. You know, you can limit the power of a council to vote a mayor out, but at some point, if the mayor doesn't have the political backing of the council, he's going to have to go at some point. Yeah? What you can perhaps do is to take a bit of the edge off of our system of proportional representation, where every Tom, Dick, and Harry that runs for a municipal council gets elected. In my own municipal council, there's a political party who got just over 2,000 votes. Just over 2,000 votes in a metropolitan area with 4.5 million people, 800,000 voters potentially. But that chap got a seat in the council, and because things are tight, he now has, you know, a significant negotiating position. Maybe we need, like Germany, Denmark, and these other places where we've copied and pasted a system of proportional representation, a threshold, at least 0.5% or 1%. Then you reduce the political parties in Joburg from 19 to 10. Maybe that will help when making critical decisions. Lastly, I think there's a lot to say for what Professor De Visser has mentioned. I think one of his students actually referred to this in an important paper. His name escapes me. But professional bodies for local government practitioners, where they have the kind of oversight that the Law Society or the Legal Practice Council would have over lawyers, it will make disciplinary matters not just a vote in council, because that's what it is now. If you want to get rid of Metler over here, it's a vote in the council. He can take it on review and he'll win and so on. But in the end, you'll deprive the municipality of stability because, you know, it's a purely political determination. So professional bodies for local government practitioners, put that into statute, I think that can achieve a great deal. Thank you very much.
Silius, thank you very much. Colleagues, I think that what I would take out of that is that it's not easy to reverse what you call the doom loop, the spiral downwards, and you lose your finance, you lose your infrastructure, so you lose your income, so you lose your finance, and it just goes down. And then all you can do is wait for to be rescued from somewhere else. And I think that we're in a context now where national government does not have unlimited funds to carry on bailing out and create the new infrastructure that we need. I know on the water side, we face a shortfall of probably about 90 billion rand a year, per year, till 2050 as a country. Now, where's that money going to come from? The capacity to build that water infrastructure, the same with energy, same with wastewater and things like that. So I think what I hear you saying is, where's our capacity for new thinking, creative thinking, not just falling back on our old positions and defending our old positions. And Minister, you've said quite rightly, there's no time for holy cows here. So how do we put our heads together and solve these doom loops that so many of our institutions have gone into? Johan.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to the Minister, and all protocol dutifully observed. I was asked to make 3 points, and okay, okay, this is not working. I was to make 3 points. The 3 points have been referred to before, but it deals with growing urbanization and the pressure being placed on all municipalities. The second one is on sustainable services, and then the one that you've heard about a lot now is on professionalization. Now, when we started out on this journey, the assumptions were that municipalities can manage through proper planning, through prioritization, and through equitable resource allocation. That was the assumption. And that was across the board. There were no distinctions made between municipalities that had resources, metros, local municipalities, the so-called B1 to B4 municipalities, for those of you that can recall. You can just go to the next slide. So that was the assumption. The realities are that people settle where there are opportunities, irrespective of local conditions. So despite the planning, despite the resources, despite the prioritization, things happen. Tshwane has 502 that we recognize informal settlements. There are more, but 502 is the number. So that's a very real problem. Our future is, or what we see for the future, is long-term and binding planning for development nodes. You know the thing that we were supposed to do with the NDP, but we didn't quite get around to it? That thing. Because that would bind all sphere of governments, all three spheres. And that is the issue. Because it's only within that context that there can be resource allocation across those spheres. Anything else, we are kidding ourselves. Anything else is going to be the same. Because how are you going to deal with resource allocation here in Gauteng if the governments of Gauteng, the three metros, the province, the national departments, do not agree as to how is this going to be rolled out? What is my responsibility? It's the responsibility of the DG and his peers, as well as the HODs. And how is planning and budget resource allocation going to happen within that context? Just one issue on urbanization and all of the subsequent consequences of that. So that's the first point, and we have to move towards that. The second is effective implementation of laws and of bylaws at an intergovernmental level, because it's not only local government that have laws. About 70% of people living in the informal settlements are illegal foreigners in the case of Tshwane. We have to deliver services, basic services, sanitation and water, irrespective, because it's a right of someone who's in South Africa. Everyone has. Not every citizen, not every resident, not every ratepayer. Everyone has. But there is a failure in the system, because the system would then allow people that are not supposed to be there to be there. There are land invasions which we must stop from everybody, from all across. My TMPD, the SAPs, everybody has a role to play, but they must focus on that role, and that focus should be part of the plan. And for as long as there is not a common focus, and I will return to the focus in the next slide, but if there's not a common focus that people plan around, it's not going to happen. So that is the future. We have not done it. That is why we are where we are now. Then on sustainable services, the assumptions were that local government can manage on its own within its area of jurisdiction. We now know that that is not necessarily the case. It becomes easier, in my view, in metros, but it becomes very difficult where you are the mayor of the district and look at the mayor, the Vos, there on the other side, in the Beyers-Naudé, in the Eastern Cape. Very difficult. So there is a reality that we are faced with, that the capacities and the resource availabilities would differ widely and also wildly, not only widely. So what's the future? What is it that this local government review must focus on? And focus, I wrote there, the focus on the big 5 services. But I do want to focus on the word focus, because that's the issue. It is only when you focus on something that you can conceptualize it, that you can plan for it. So who must focus? Because that is the point that I made in the previous slide. All of us, across the 3 spheres. If we want to focus, and we are showing it in Tshwane, DG. If you want to fix water in Hammanskraal, you must focus on that, you must focus on Rooiwal, and you must focus on that entire value chain. Who must focus? The city must focus. The National Department of Water and Sanitation, as they are focusing on that, together with Magalies Water, together with the province, because the province now plays an oversight role, together with the national oversight committees and the province. So there is a focus. And because there is a focus, for the first time since those problems arose, that is being addressed as we are speaking, and the numbers now start to speak for themselves. But you needed a focus. You needed the 3 spheres of government to actually sit down and plan for that. If we don't do that, it's not going to happen, and I will not be here. Some of you may be here in 30 years' time when you say, okay, so what went wrong? So we now know that will go wrong unless we plan for it. The aim also for sustainable services is for services to pay for themselves. Because once services pay for themselves, that in itself creates a conducive environment for economic development and for investment. Because success breeds success. If you have a successful water distribution business, then that happens. I've been warned that I have run out of time. The last issue is really around professionalization, and I'm not going to say too much about that. There were assumptions that were proved wrong. The realities are that you've indicated there are party political considerations generally, but not only with that, also with the political executive. This is me speaking now. That also there is a measure of, should be a measure of professionalism generally, because that did not factor in, or it currently does not factor in the complexities inherent in the local government regulatory framework. It is an exceptionally complex environment. So, what's the future? The future on those 2 fronts, at the administrative level, that professionally appointed, we do need a professionally appointed core of senior management. That is absolutely critical. Shielded from the politics of the day. It means, among others, that the system of a political decision to appoint a Section 56 manager must stop. If you want the city manager to perform, allow him or her to appoint. Because at the moment, if you don't appoint and everything must go to the council, you cannot perform as manager, you can't discipline. It is a problem. Because if we want what we want, then those kinds of distinctions must be drawn. Secondly, also, there is a need in the future for a political executive capable of effective oversight over this complex local government environment. We are, when Marijeng was in Treasury, she was driving the reform of the water and electricity businesses. That's a very complex environment. And there are decisions that council must make. I'm of the view that the white paper must be clear as to where it stands on that. That there are certain decisions that must be made by the political executive and not the council, not the whole council. We are in uncertain times, and I'm speaking as an administrator. There will be many more unstable councils because of coalition politics. How many decisions do we want to leave for the whole council as opposed to the political executive? There needs to be that kind of a distinction as well. I will end there. I'll leave the conclusion part. Thanks.
Johan, thank you very much. You've described the need to deal with some really knotty problems, complex challenges, like upgrading of informal settlements. And you've said you have to have the three spheres of government lined up around planning and implementation and financing. You need competent and professional managers to be able to apply their minds properly, and competent and stable political executives. And I think that's starting to give us a pointer. How do we get there? What reforms do we put in to get us to those three things? So thank you for that. Malijeng, you have the last word.
Thank you so much, and all protocols observed. So the first point I want to raise is the issue of maybe it's leadership at both political and administrative level. So when I look at the problems of local government, it's both internal and external. So the external is about the influences, say, of national and provincial government in terms of the policy coherence, strategy, and support in building capacity. Because the white paper expected that the transformation would be very complex. Therefore, it needed a very dynamic leadership to be developed and raised at a national, at a provincial level. And obviously, policy alignment needed to be there. So one of the things that I at least have experienced as somebody who has been in government and who drove a lot of reforms, hoping that I could change government, and I left feeling I failed. So I think one of the things that is in government is that government is not a learning organization, if you like. So we don't learn from what is not working and then change what is not working, right? So the tendency is to always just talk about the problem and not really change anything. And I think it's because that needs leadership. Because any change in an organization, there will always be losers because of the inherent interest in there. But it requires leadership that has got a bigger vision in terms of the impact. So an example here is the housing program, its impact on the cities itself. We have been talking about RDP doesn't work, that the cities need to be given the power so that they can begin to, together with the public transport devolution. So it's always agreed that this is what is necessary to begin to enable them to drive spatial transformation. But the decision is never made. The issue of ERA, Electricity Regulation Act, which has been proved that municipalities in areas where ESCOM is actually providing services, they are not able to use electricity as a control for revenue. And that we know, and I think at that time, at least I was fighting on the side of Salga, to get this included in the amendment of ERA, but that wasn't happening, right? And yet we are still complaining about the revenue, and yet there are also some of those issues that could have been resolved. So I think, for me, if we don't also look at how also national government is able also to implement and to drive the change in that impact on local government, changing the system of local government may not really happen in that way, because I think the contribution that national government make is also big. I mean, the coherence of oversight between COGTA and Treasury. We've been talking about that for many years. It all required leadership to change so that then we are able to be aligned, but that has never happened. So I think for me that is the first point that I would like to make, that is quite critical. So the second point relates to this issue of, this emotive issue around local government funding. So I do appreciate that the biggest driver for this reform is really the financial crisis that municipalities are faced with, and the failures of service delivery, which everybody feels impacted upon the economy and both socially. And that is the biggest driver. So So funding, because money talks, right? So funding has become a big issue. So now I want to bring a perspective, because at least from the early in the morning, there has been perspective around what has gone wrong with the funding and from the 1998 paper and what is needed. So I just feel that there might be a very much simple way of looking at this problem. And then when you simplify the problem that is actually complex, you are likely to come up with an answer that is simple, but actually that is not addressing the root of the problem and only just putting a bandage on the problem. So now, in coming to that, the comment that I want first made is that the agreeing that the original conceptualization, assumption of local government system was to establish autonomous, interdependent, and largely self-financing municipalities. So the issue of the link between paying taxes and paying for services by the community and receiving those services was recognized as one of the most important elements of strengthening democratic accountability. Because if people are financing local government, then it means that the administration would be much more accountable to the people, therefore it gives them more power to call them to account. But it also is powerful in the sense that local government is able to behave much independent of pressures and influence from national government when they're actually having most of their resources under their control. So now, what are some of the assumptions that were made and whether they were still relevant? The assumptions of the white paper, because that is one of the issues that has been raised. So I think, as I have said, that the issue is around service delivery and financial crisis. And what I see, which is what everybody's concerned about, is talking about, is really evidence of symptoms of the problem. So I feel that we still need to dig deeper in terms of what is the root cause of the problems of the finances of municipalities and also failures in service delivery. So now, at the moment, there are different positions. That needs to be reconciled. The one position says that the municipalities needs more money because they are not and they are not funded as what white paper is saying. So they need more money. But there's another position that says, no. The fiscal framework for local government, it's actually not just about the money, it's about the fiscal effort, right? It's about those intergovernmental transfers. It's about also being able to use the money efficiently. So the question would be, is there enough fiscal effort? Is the money being used efficiently? Remembering that the very same people that are supposed to pay for services are the same people that are actually supposed to pay for taxes. So if you come to the conclusion that says we need more money for local government because people cannot pay for services, so the question of where the money goes and the link to the economy, which the Councillor put out, is very important. So there is a need, therefore, to build consensus on this issue around what is the root cause of the problem, and therefore agree on the solution that would hopefully be viable, but also be able to bring about an impact in the issue of finance. So the question, therefore, is on the root causes. So what the discussion document acknowledges is the interconnectedness and the indivisibility of the four components of the effective local government. And I think there's been issues raised here about professionalization, governance, and all that. So the question also then is, to what extent, therefore, is municipal governance and institutional factors contributing to the erosion of financial health of municipalities and also impacting on service delivery? And what is the contribution of regulatory authorities? I've already mentioned, touched on that. So on the funding model, the Constitution obviously says that the local government should have adequate resources to perform its mandate. And then there's the issue, therefore, of whether these resources are adequate for local government. So now, when you look at how the assignments of functions and powers of revenue were assigned, local government has been given huge revenue-raising powers, right? Mainly based on trading services, which are supposed to be on cost recovery basis, and also the property tax, right? And it was also then expected that resources would be used efficiently and properly. And compare that with the provinces that have got huge health and education, as an example, which do not generate any revenue at all. So you can already see the balance there when you look at that. So the adequacy of resources, as I have said, is about fiscal capacity, fiscal effort, the design of the intergovernmental system, but also whether the funds are being spent correctly. So the question, therefore, is whether the municipal crisis that we see in their finances is coming from the flaws in the design of the funding model, or versus failure of municipalities to optimize on their own revenue and to use the funding that they have efficiently. So what has the white paper said in 1998? So I think that is what has been raised here. So, and I think, you know, in the morning, but, and the critique says that the white paper was flawed in saying that municipalities have to fund their budgets 90% from their own revenue and 10% from national, which is then argued that this is little. So there are two problems with that argument. Firstly, it is really not what the white paper has said. And secondly, it doesn't reflect the current funding mix of local government. So what the white paper actually said was that at that time, and based also on a very narrow, because of number of municipalities, because at the time, the rural municipalities were still being established. So it was stating that municipalities okay, their budgets were accounting 90% of the revenue that they raised and 10% coming from that. So that was not stated from what I'm reading as the policy, that was the optimal mix of funding to local government and that it was not subject to change, right? So what the white paper did say correctly, say was who should pay for services. So it says all households must pay except for the indigent, who should, everybody should pay full services. So cost recovery was meant to that. But also municipalities also should develop subsidies to subsidize service delivery to the indigent. So the principle of cost recovery was embedded, but also making sure that the poor are enabled. So now the flaw in the white paper, therefore, then was the phrasing that the poor are an exception. Because what is reality now is that the poor are not an exception. 60% in terms of stats SA is people are poor. They're below the threshold. So that is the assumption that I believe is questionable, and then is something that needs to be engaged further, particularly with regard to how then the indigent policy has emerged and implemented and how broken that policy is. I will not have time to come to that, but that needs to be looked at. So now, what is the current reality here in the local government? So the argument, as I said, doesn't account on what happened in this, because a lot has changed, and transfers to local government are much larger part of their budgets. And you must remember that also the 90% was only talking about current expenditure, which we now call operational expenditure. So now when you look at the numbers from 2007 to 2026, the average is 22% funded from transfers of municipal budgets. That means 78 of the operational, 78% is funded from their own. Obviously, there is a variation with the metros funding maybe 10%, other poor municipalities also funding almost 80%. That also reflects the redistributive nature of the equitable shares. So, but when you include CAPEX, it comes to almost 30% in terms of the budgets on average. And it increases the metros, obviously, to about 14 to 15%. But what is concerning is the fact that even the metros themselves now actually are relying for up to 75% of capital grants on their budgets, which is a problem, because they actually should be having a capacity to utilize some of those other options that the white paper had that they could actually have to raise funding for infrastructure, so that then we can subsidize more of those poor municipalities that don't have capacity to do so. But the important thing I want to say here is, yes please, is how was this made possible? That the municipalities' share increased from less than 1% in 1998-99 to actually almost 10% at this point in time. So this is how it was possible, and I think it's very important as we think about what we need to do. So this was made possible by the fact that from 1998, when the democratic government inherited huge debt relative to the GDP there from apartheid, the cost to debt service cost was around 21.4%, which is what we are faced with right now. So, but from 1998-99, there was a huge effort to reduce the debt service cost, which dropped to 8% in 2008 and 9. And that provided the fiscal space for money to be actually spent. And what happened is, for local government, the transfers then increased at an average of 27.1% over that period, those 10 years, right? And obviously, and which was twice more than what happened to provinces, which increased, and local and national, that increased by about 13.2%. And there also is a problem, because it means that government was spending more than the growth in GDP, which is why now we have got a problem, that now debt is beginning to squeeze funding, and then there is no room to actually increase funding to local government. Of course, because of the bulk services and households, there's always been more increasing at a higher rate local government than the province and national government, but not at the rate in which it can actually begin to change their shares. For that to happen, you need actually the economy to grow. So that means, therefore, when we look at what is possible, we then need to look at some of the other issues around revenue optimization, and how some of these policies of government can enable the cities, for instance, to really drive productive cities that can be the engines of growth that we need to make more money available so that we can subsidize the poor. Thanks. Sorry.
Thanks, Maliching. No, these. I just think from your input, you've shown that some of the issues that we've just touched on the surface today need a lot more deeper discussion, both research, but also getting into the policy ramifications. And if we're going to change anything, what does it mean? And so thank you for that, for providing that perspective. Minister, we need to end this session now and call you up to conclude the deliberations on this launch. I firstly want to thank the panel, again, the second panel. Thank everyone for your patience. I'm sorry we can't have an interactive session, and I'm sorry that we can't have a discussion amongst the panelists. If I can just say in conclusion before I let you go, when we wrote the white paper back in 1997-98, it wasn't just focused on producing a document. Because just as now, we have differing opinions on a whole bunch of things, on governance, on services, on finances, on professionalization, on role of councillors, etc., etc. We had similar differences back then. And in the process of drawing up the white paper, what we tried to do is work out with all the constituencies, is there sufficient consensus on an issue, or are there still sharply differing positions, and how do we manufacture consensus? By involving everyone in deep discussions, which went on for a long time at the time, so that we can get to a situation where everyone buys in then to the white paper on local government. And I think a similar process has to happen now. We can't just focus on writing some new text in here and changing the old text to the new text, unless we get into some of these deep discussions with the right people in the room And if we identify, Minister, that there are differences of opinion, and of course there are going to be differences, different perspectives, how do we bring a more common agenda together where we look at the trade-offs and compromises so that we can move forward rather than everyone entrenching their separate positions and holding out? Okay, so I think part of the process has to be that kind of engagement. But really, to thank everyone for your patience and listening to 8 brilliant inputs. And Minister, if I can, are we going to have render a cultural item now or hand over to the Minister? You want the Minister? I think the Minister. Minister, it's over to you.
Colleagues, the protocol as it was observed in the beginning, thank you for your kindness. In terms of time, the time no longer allows more time talking, but I just want to say a few things. Today was a launch, and we have done the launch. We have placed the topic on the table. In terms of the attendance, it was many key stakeholders. We wish we could have time to acknowledge each stakeholder which is present here today. The message is out now publicly, let alone the message that was sent out through other platforms. Although we could not have an opportunity of engagement, but it was a launch today. The period is open to engagement from today up until the time when this process comes to an end. We just want to thank the messages of support from SALCA, from the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, from the NCOP, set the tone in terms of the feedback given to the ministries championing the review of the white paper. Our panelists, they gave us a lot of insight, sharing experiences in the journey from 1998 and also reimagining what should be done from now, 30 years to come, to reshape the local government sphere. What appeared very clearly, the issue of politicization of the local government sphere is a big problem. A strong need for professionalization was a call across the panelists and messages of support. Clearly, funding model, the current one is outdated and irrelevant. This is a unanimous view that a new funding model is a way to go. The community engagement and involvement was indicated across by every speaker, from messages of support as well as the panelist, the program director, and the facilitator of the panel discussion. Clearly, the role of the traditional and Khoisan leaders was clearly spelled out not only by the national chair, of the House, but across various speakers, and this is an area clearly which must receive an honest attention as we reimagine a new system of local government in our country, a fragmented approach. It's a real takeaway from us, from the national government, that maybe we are not helping in terms of our interventions that are not coordinated coming to one municipality. So now this matter of a need of a single plan, the DDM find a good expression that whatever intervention happens, there should be a single plan of giving that intervention. In most cases, Treasury, COGTA, water and sanitation, energy and electricity, we are all involved in one municipality. We are not coordinated, which is most unfortunate. We need to, as we review the local government white paper, we need to learn quick how to make municipalities stable after the elections next year, as rightly one panelist member pointed out. The majority of municipalities are likely to be under coalition government due to many political parties we are having in our country. We can't lament about many political parties. We need to do something. How do we quickly prepare in terms of surviving and managing the local government sphere under coalition government? The need to think outside the box is what we must explore in terms of enhancing and maintaining the infrastructure, because means are getting limited now and again. Now, there should be a way of thinking outside the box. How are we going to fund the infrastructure and maintain the infrastructure? The issue of tender process was clearly spelled out. I was talking to the Honorable Mayor that life will be very nice if the tender system can go away. Yeah, I'm not adopting a position so that I'm not taken out of context. But if the tender system can go away, all people will go to work just to work and get their salary at the end of the month. Other than what is happening, many people go to work in order to fix processes, to deliver an extra salary at the end of the month. This, therefore, is a call. There must be an engagement with political parties across the country. I want to thank the political parties who are in the National Assembly and provincial legislatures, because they honored the invitation. We need an honest discussion with political parties that if we want to deal with politicization of the local government sphere, it will need to start with political parties and be bold to introduce measures that will ensure that professionalization is restored, entrenched in the local government sphere. The one-size-fits-all approach clearly does not work. This is a message that was expressed very clearly. And we must be open to new ideas as we are in a digital transformation phase. We must move from the past and go with digitalization in order to confront the current challenges. Lastly, over legislation in the local government sphere. We got it right. As we embark in this process, these will be guiding principles. But at the end, we all have a responsibility. The review of the white paper will not be something that must be done and solely rely on one ministry or the national government, but it relies to all three spheres of government. I want to say this one. We don't have another country. Maybe most of us, if not all of us, there is no any other country we will run to other than this one. Now, colleagues, the message I want to share with you, if we don't fix our country, unfortunately, we don't have another country. I want to close by saying, the fortune we have many resource persons who were there when the white paper was formulated and eventually adopted. We have many practitioners who have been in the system in the past 27 years. They have seen it all and they know how best we can fix the local government system to be fit for purpose. We know you because we still have the data. During the engagement, we will go an extra mile. I'm sure DG Changana and your team, we will need to create audiences, even with individual people, to glean the information which can help us as a country that eventually we are able to come up with a local government system that is well informed, that was not done in a rush, and not based on few individuals. Definitely, where we do not agree, we need to find consensus so that a reviewed white paper should be a product of consensus that can take our communities forward. I want to conclude by thanking Professor Figeni, the facilitator in the panel discussion, the national chairperson of the House of the Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, SALGA President, Deputy Chair NCOP, Honorable Mkhize, the Chair of the Portfolio, our two MEC, oh no, not two, our MECs, our mayors and all stakeholders. Thank you very much. You did not do this for COGTA, but you did it for yourselves. You did it for your country. As you go back home, may you have safe journeys until you reach your families and enjoy the weekend. A great work has started. We will count on you. What is the date today? Oh. Yeah, you know what? No, but simply, we have been working with COCTA team until early hours of this morning, and it is like Friday to us today. But unfortunately, it's Monday. Have a good week ahead as we confront the challenges and to try to improve the lives of our people. We wish we could have many words to say, but I want to conclude by saying thank you very much on behalf of COCTA, and thank you, COCTA team, for spending sleepless nights as you worked until early morning hours today to ensure that this session go smoothly as it did. Thank you so much. Bob Figel.
Thank you very much. Mindful of time, as the drums are beating, Minister is going to give in a split second the gifts. That's why I was managing even the time of bringing the gifts to this side, that if they are somewhere, all the key participants, I'm sure, will be recognized as such by the Minister. We won't take more than 3 minutes. And if we could, in anticipation, just run and, take whatever we have. And if you are from PSC and other entities, you have to declare.
Now, colleagues, in the interest of time, may I request all our panelists to come up front. Our program director, Professor Figeni, our facilitator, Professor Andrew Borain. Can you come forward, colleagues, so that we make it quicker in the interest of time? The Chair of the National House, Babu Stofile, Honorable Les Gavendam, Honorable Dr. Mkize, take some time.
Exactly.
Benioye dodo. Benioye dodo. Benioye dodo. 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 Benio. 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 Oh Benioye. Benioye. Oh Benioye. Benioye. Oh Benioye. 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 Oh, Benioye. Oh, Benioye. Yo Benwoodere. Yo Benwoodere. Benwoodere. Oh Benwoodere. Benwo. Yo Benwoodere. Yo Benwoodere. Oh Benwo. Oh. Hello.